First, before we get started, Commissioner Brown Bland is unable to make the hearing today and tomorrow. At this point, I'd ask if anyone objects to her reading the transcript and viewing the YouTube videos for today and tomorrow, as she will have to miss these 2 days. If anyone objects, please let me know now.
No objections from Duke.
No objection from the public staff.
No objections from NC Warren or Charlotte Meck in NAACP.
No objections from Sigbird 2 and 3.
No objection from CPSA.
Objection from CC, but no objection.
No objections from Avalanche.
Thank you.
No objection from Avangrid.
Objection for. No objection for.
No objection to Kingfisher Energy Person County. No objection.
All right. Before we turn to the public staff, I will ask for an update. We continued the hearing until 1 o'clock today in order to give you all time. I was informed that there have been settlement discussions among the parties. So I'm going to ask the public staff to provide an update to the commission on the progress that you all have made during this, the past several hours.
This is Nadia Laura, the public staff. So intervening parties who have been working on the settlement worked yesterday, late afternoon, evening, and this morning to put together a draft of items that parties could agree on. That document, I believe, was sent around to Duke and other parties in the public staff today around 11:30. So I believe everybody is still reviewing that. And if others want to add to that.
I won't call on anybody else at this point in time. Thank you, Ms. Luer. At this point, we have 5+ hours of cross-examination time indicated for the public staff. I'm assuming that the work you all did over the past yesterday and today means that we can eliminate some of this cross-examination. Who's willing to give up their cross-examination at this point in time? Anybody? Okay, I'm just curious as to what the discussions have been then, if there has been consensus achieved and you all took the time, the hearing time that we had planned to achieve consensus. Where are we? I mean, how much time from public staff cross-examination? I've been informed that Duke hasn't participated or just received the benefit of the discussion. So I'm not expecting to hear from Duke that they're going to give up any of their time. But is there anyone else that has plans to modify proposed cross-examination times? Again, we've continued the hearing until 1 today. So I'm hoping that this time has been used productively and it will reflect in the time that we have to spend in the hearing room. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. All
Chair
right.
Mitchell, may I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Let me just say very briefly, we certainly appreciate all the effort that went into developing a proposal. We were not invited to that process. That's totally okay for parties to have done that. We received it this morning, 11 a.m., sorry, and are reviewing it, and we have every intention of responding at the appropriate time. And so, again, we appreciate it. I think there's a lot of work we have to do to digest it and respond to it. And so we'll continue to try to move the conversation along. I think we just need to continue with the hearing. I will note, just last thought, if it's okay with you, that we recognize the need to make this process more streamlined and efficient. And in light of the fact that our rebuttal witnesses, I think, will more effectively and efficiently articulate our rebuttal points to the commission, we are moving forward with the strategy to greatly eliminate our cross time for intervener witnesses. And so we're going to circulate updated estimates at the end of today where we're going to eliminate most of our planned cross time for intervener witnesses. If that can then build some momentum behind getting some witnesses dismissed, we would absolutely support that. Okay. So we recognize the need to improve efficiency here, and we're going to try to do our part with our cross time.
All right. Thank you for the update, Mr. Jarak. Look forward to updated proposed cross times. Recognize that estimating cross-examination times is more of an art than a science, and we are living through that in this hearing, so I understand that. House Bill 951 obligates the commission to make a decision in this proceeding by December 31st. That's not you might have a chance to make it, or please try your best to make it. It's make a decision. So the commission is operating under a statutory deadline, and we will not miss that deadline. In order to do that, we have been very careful and managed and organized with our time to put this agency in a position to do that and allow the parties sufficient opportunity to work together in advance of coming in here to achieve consensus, to achieve understanding, to facilitate understanding of the information that the utility is using. We've booked an entire month, just about, of this commission's hearing time to hear from you all. We have plenty of other business, as some of you all are very familiar with, that we need to get through. We are I up here every day. You all hear me urging you to use your time efficiently so that we can manage this proceeding in addition to the other proceedings that we must take care of. I'm not going to ask again for you all to come in here, be prepared, manage your time efficiently, manage this commission's time efficiently. We have until the end of this month to get this case heard. And if we need to stay until 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, we can do that. If we need to come in at 4 o'clock in the morning, we can do that. We are going to get this case heard. From now on, if there's a request for a continuation of the time that we've set aside to hear this case, make productive use of that time. You guys have got to help us get through this case in a timely manner so that we're not having to lean on those who are helping us get through this case to work outside of normal business hours, which is where we are headed very quickly. With that said, public staff, call your witnesses. Just what's up?
Chair Mitchell, I apologize for interrupting. If this is the appropriate time, I think a number of interveners who have witnesses whose presence or cross-examination has been waived could move that pre-filed testimony into the record. If this is not the appropriate time, then I will sit back and I will withdraw this inquiry. But my understanding from yesterday is now's kind of when we would do that before the public staff starts.
I'd like to go ahead and get the public staff on the stand. We'll take motions and we'll have testimony copied into the record at the appropriate time. And I'll make sure I won't forget, and I'll make sure we do it in an orderly way. But thank you for the reminder, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Lurie, you may call your witness.
The public staff now calls Jeff Thomas, Dustin Metz, and David Williamson to the stand.
All right, gentlemen, good afternoon. Raise right hands, please. I assume you all want to be sworn. You okay with being sworn? Okay. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right.
Mr. Thomas, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Yes, my name is Jeff Thomas. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, and my position is an engineer with the public staff.
And on September 2nd, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct testimony in this docket consisting of 71 pages and 1 appendix?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I have a minor adjustment to make my testimony on near-term procurement actions. On page 66, line 5 through 67, line 8, I discussed the public staff's concerns with and position on Duke's proposed procurement of the CPRE shortfall as a set-aside in the 2022 solar procurement RFP. We based this conclusion on 2 factors: that removing the bids that are at or under the avoided cost rate from the weighted average cost calculation could cause the volume adjustment mechanism to procure less solar without actually protecting ratepayers. And 2, the assumption that the CPRE set-aside quantity would consist of both third-party purchases and utility-owned assets, which was not made clear until Duke's September 1st, 2022 filing in the solar procurement dockets. I performed additional analysis on Duke's proposed CPRE set-aside since I filed my testimony and have concluded that the slightly lower proportion of utility-owned solar assets resulting from Duke's proposal could result in lower cost to ratepayers. I still believe that the commission should require Duke to include the CPRE set-aside megawatts when comparing the weighted average cost of the total portfolio of 2022 procurement projects and the carbon plan solar reference cost. Further, while I believe that the concerns I raised about the additional complexity of implementing the CPRE set-aside within the 2022 procurement are still valid, the additional complexities do not outweigh the potential benefits to ratepayers. Accordingly, on page 69, line 3, the public staff would replace deny with approve, resulting in the following revised sentence. And approve Duke's request to procure a portion of this capacity through a CPRE set-aside and include those megawatts in determining whether the volumetric adjustment mechanism is triggered in the 2022 solar procurement.
Thank you. And other than that adjustment, if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Did you prepare a summary of your testimony, and did you cause to be pre-filed that summary in the E-100 sub 179A docket?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Metz, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
My name is Dustin Metz. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm an engineer with the public staff.
And on September 2nd, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct testimony in this docket consisting of 57 pages, 1 appendix, and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, I would.
Did you prepare a summary of your testimony, and did you cause to be pre-filed that summary in the E-100 sub 179A docket?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Sure. My name is David Williamson, and my business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm an engineer with the public staff.
And on September 2nd, 2022, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct testimony in this docket consisting of 46 pages and 1 appendix?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
And if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Did you prepare a summary of your testimony, and did you file that summary in the E-100 sub 179A docket?
Yes, I did.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I move that the pre-filed direct testimony and summaries of testimony of public staff witnesses Thomas, Metz, and Williamson be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that public staff Metz Exhibit 1 be marked for identification as pre-filed.
All right, hearing no objection, Ms. Luer, to your motion, it will be allowed.
The panel is available for cross-examination.
Avangrid?
Chair, Mr. Buffkin requested due to the device pending.
I'm sorry, Mr. Buffkin. I'm sorry. I knew that and I apologize.
Thank you,
Go-
Madam
go
Chair,
ahead,
and
go
my
ahead.
appreciation to the parties who've been able to accommodate us. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Patrick Buffkin, representing Kingfisher Energy Holdings. Mr. Thomas, I think most of my questions are for you, but if the other members of the panel want to offer opinions or answers, please feel free. So let me direct your attention to page 51, 52 of your testimony, where you testified that public staff believes that all source procurement should be utilized to procure resources identified in the approved carbon plan. Is that right?
Yes, although I'll note that on the following page, I do discuss some potential limitations to that provision identified by the NERC report that correspond to future legislation or regulatory changes that would require the procurement of additional renewable or low-cost carbon to comply with particular policy mandates.
Thank you. And I'll return to that subject in just a minute. But let me ask you this. Is it also your opinion that procurement of resources needed under the carbon plan through PPAs would facilitate lower cost and lower risk resource procurement than utility-owned assets?
I believe that the question of utility ownership is specified in 951, and I do believe, and I stated on page 50, that PPAs could facilitate lower cost and lower risk resource procurement.
Okay, thank you. So, and I saw your comments filed, and I understand the public staff's position on that. But can you help reconcile what seem to be contradictory positions that factually, competitive procurement produces the least cost and least risk pathway to compliance with the carbon plan goals, but the public staff believes it's not allowed. So can you reconcile those two positions?
Objection. These are legal opinions that are laid out in our comments filed September 9th.
Madam Chair, the questions about the public staff's policy development and the factual assertion that competitive procurement is the least cost.
All right. To the extent that you're asking for factual information underlying the public staff's position, I'll let the question proceed and
Thank
I'll
you, Madam
overrule the
Chair.
objection. But stick to the factual information underlying the public staff's position.
So I think least cost is implicitly least cost subject to existing regulations and statutes. And to the extent that the utility ownership of particular assets is required by 951, that would be a statutory requirement that least cost would be subject to. But obviously, the public staff is looking to the commission for guidance on the interpretation of 951 as it relates to PPAs.
Fair enough. So we agree then that the commission has a decision to make on what the law means.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So then how does the public staff find assurances that the ratepayers are provided the benefits of the least cost path required under House Bill 951 without a competitive procurement process?
So I think the competitive procurement process, obviously the solar resources, solar plus storage, wind resources, I mean, those we expect to be competitively procured. We have an ongoing solar RFP that competitively procures that particular resource at least cost, which can provide ratepayer protections. But I'll repeat, for other resources that are not specifically identified in 951, the question of whether a PPA is permissible is a matter for the commission to provide guidance on, and whatever the commission's guidance there, we would make sure that that guidance is followed and that the least costs are obtained by the ratepayers subject to commission guidance and 951 statute.
Okay, so if there was a reasonable interpretation and the commission decided that competitive procurement was allowed for those resources not specifically specified that you just mentioned, then would it be your recommendation that the commission pursue competitive procurement for implementation of the carbon plan?
Yes, if the commission ruled that certain resources could be procured through PPAs, as some interveners have argued, then yes, we would support those competitive procurements and would likely also oppose things such as a rate of return on PPA costs and other cost recovery issues. So we'd have to review that to ensure that the way the costs are recovered are still going to be least cost for the ratepayer.
Okay, so just to summarize, absent a legal constraint, it'd be your recommendation to use competitive procurement for getting the resources needed under the carbon plan.
Yes, if the commission says that PPAs are permissible, then yes, we would want those to be considered in the least cost plan.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Madam Chair, we have no further questions.
All right, Avangrid.
Good afternoon, Ben Smith representing Avangrid Renewables. Mr. Buffkin's questions were helpful for me. I'm going to start with Mr. Metz. Can you turn to page 24 of your direct testimony, beginning at the end of line 2?
Page 24, beginning at line 2.
Yes. You state that offshore wind is expected to take approximately a decade at a minimum to achieve commercial operation, depending on the size of the facility and the infrastructure requirements. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And then you state that supplemental model portfolios SP5 and SP6 do not select offshore wind in the next 10 years, but instead select it after 2040. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you recommend that the commission deny Duke's request to begin a near-term resource development activities for offshore wind. Isn't that right?
That's correct, and that's linkage back to their request for the long lead development items for the Carolina Long Bay project.
Thank you. Further down on lines 12 and 16, I believe on the same page. Double check. Yes, also on page 24, you state that you do, however, recommend that Duke reevaluate the need for offshore wind resources in the 2024 carbon plan, at which time the commission can reevaluate approval of near-term resources. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Can you turn now to page 21 of your direct testimony?
Page 21.
Yes, sir. And this is on lines 4 to 13 is where this is located. In response to the question, should the commission consider allowing any near-term resource development activities in the 2022 carbon plan, you state, beginning on line 8, excuse me, it is reasonable for Duke to perform further near-term evaluation to refine the timeline of commercial operations, identify risk factors, and determine more accurate cost estimates. However, North Carolina retail customers should only be responsible for the applicable percentage of reasonable and prudently incurred development costs. Did I restate your testimony accurately?
Well, I just want to give context to the sentence that giving the modeling results and the long development time for both SMRs and Bad Creek 2, it is reasonable for Duke to perform the near-term activities and the rest that you read into the record.
Thank you. So is it fair to say that your recommendation to the commission to deny Duke's proposed near-term development activities related to offshore wind is driven by cost?
I would say as a function overall, the modeling results, which in part is due to the cost.
Thank you. Can you turn to page 17 of your direct testimony, beginning on line 10?
Page 17, line 10.
Excuse me one second. Actually, would you mind scratching that question? I apologize. Moving on to the next question. Would you agree that an offshore wind study process could enable the collection of sufficient data on project characteristics, risks, permitting status, projected costs, and schedule of development to alleviate some of the concerns in your testimony?
I guess I'm hung up a little bit on the word phrase study. I mean, because the study can be a very expansive term.
What would you look for in a study that could alleviate these concerns?
And as a point of clarification, so in reference to Duke Energy's proposed long lead item for the Carolina Long Bay project, given the modeling results, it's premature at this time to move forward with the overall project, given the potential unknowns for locational guidance, sustained wind speed, capacity factors, cable routing, potential paths. Maybe for me a few more minutes, I'll probably come up with a bunch more,
But all those things would be informative in a study?
yes.
Thank you. And so is it fair to say that in order to increase certainty by the 2024 carbon plan proceeding, a study process, including some of the characteristics you described, but not all, of the 3 offshore wind lease areas would be appropriate?
Can you please give me context of the 3 locations that you're specifying?
Sure thing. The 3 offshore wind lease areas off the coast of North Carolina, including Kitty Hawk and the 2 Carolina Long Bay lease areas.
Okay, thank you. So I want to be careful in the context of the word study that as I'm here today, I'm not advocating that for potential SAP in terms of defining the definitive amount that would inform the study, but I do believe that more due diligence could be completed to address some of the concerns that I outlined just earlier.
Thank you. And would you agree that such due diligence conducted prior to Duke regulated purchasing an offshore wind lease area would provide the commission a higher degree of certainty as to lease cost compliance with HB 951?
I didn't understand that. Can you please repeat?
Sure. You just referenced due diligence that could be done prior to moving forward with an offshore wind lease area, correct?
Correct.
And wouldn't you agree that the due diligence that you referenced conducted prior to Duke regulated purchasing an offshore wind lease area could provide the commission a higher degree of certainty as to lease cost compliance with HB 951?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, on to you. And I'm going to try and skip all the questions because there are some overlaps, so apologies. So understanding that we didn't come to an exact agreement on what a study or due diligence might look like, would you agree that a study or due diligence could be helpful in assessing the three offshore wind sites, Kitty Hawk, Carolina Long Bay, and Carolina Long Bay, the two different Carolina Long Bay areas?
Are you speaking in reference to the 2024 carbon plan or the commission's decision in this docket?
2024 carbon plan.
So offshore wind is a little complicated in the modeling. Normally, resource selection in the IRP in the modeling is not site specific, but with the three discrete sites, some of which have different characteristics, I do believe that it would be of value in the 2024 carbon plan to look at all three of those sites. But that's obviously subject to whether or not a PPA is allowable and other offtake arrangements that might be organized there.
Yeah, I'm setting aside the ownership question and all those legal requirements, at least for right now. I might come back to that in just a minute. You talked to Mr. Buffkin about competitive procurement. I want to know your thoughts as to whether a study or due diligence under whatever definition the public staff is comfortable with would align in some way with some of the principles of what you find helpful about competitive procurement.
Yeah, I think to the extent that a competitive procurement requires sufficient information to, to evaluate the potential options for the least cost, more information is better. But obviously, as Witness Mess talked about, we need to understand what that study is, right? Do we require a full SAP to be submitted, or is additional high-level estimates valid for such a comparison? And obviously, just comparing the resource characteristics may not be an accurate representation of the cost that might be if those were to lead to some sort of competitive solicitation for offshore wind. But I think it's complicated, those RFP terms, how they're defined, what type of transfer arrangements are built into the RFPs or potential ownership transfers. So I think all that has to be taken into account, but certainly more information to an extent is better in evaluating those three options.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on because I think Mr. Buffkin covered most of my questions on this topic. I have a couple questions regarding your review of Duke's modeling related to onshore wind. Can you turn to pages 50 and 51 of your testimony?
I'm there.
You note that, quote, Duke may have inconsistently applied the utility ownership provisions of section 110.9 sub 2 with regard to onshore wind resources. Did I state that correctly?
Yes.
And you go on to say that Duke's model, quote, onshore wind is assumed to be utility-owned in DEP's territory and imported through PPAs in DEC's territory, either from PJM, the Midwest, or Texas. Did I say that right?
Yep, that's what it says.
And finally, you say on page 51 of your testimony, Duke could have made the modeling choice to simply prohibit the selection of onshore wind in DEC's utility territory. I'm sorry, excuse me, in DEC's territory, as utility-owned assets could not be constructed. Yet Duke made the decision that it is permissible to model these resources as a PPA. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that subsequent to your testimony, Duke has taken a different position on onshore wind ownership?
I'm not sure what position you're speaking of.
Okay. Then I have no further questions.
All right, CCBA.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I know most of you, I think. My name is John Burns, General Counsel for CCBA. I've just got a few questions for you. Mr. Williamson, I understand your testimony to be primarily aimed at grid edge and EE and regulatory changes proposed by the companies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't want to suggest you leave the room and go get a Coke, but most of my questions are going to be directed at your colleagues there. So primarily solar and storage and SMRs, guys. So Mr. Thomas and Mr. Metz, in evaluating the carbon plan's modeling of solar and storage, the public staff had concerns with the way in which Duke Energy had modeled the performance and dispatch of solar plus storage, didn't you?
That's correct. And SP5 and SP6 attempted to address this deficiency.
You jumped to one of my questions. I appreciate that.
Save time.
Could you briefly explain what those concerns that the public staff had were with the modeling?
Sure. So Duke modeled solar plus storage and Encompass, which is normally two resources, solar and with a fixed output profile and storage, which can be dispatched. Modeled that as a single solar resource with a fixed output profile that was determined outside of Encompass. And essentially they used an economic dispatch model that looked at pricing periods from the sub 160 set, similar to sub 158, avoided cost proceeding. I think they were actually the sub 167 rate design, and they optimized revenue over a period of time to come up with these solar output profiles. Generally, they would discharge, say, during winter morning or charge during peak, but that was held constant throughout the entire modeling period through 2050. So it didn't reflect changes in those pricing periods that might be expected as you add and transition entirely over the next 28 years.
Is it your understanding, thank you, is it your understanding that partially in response to those concerns and concerns raised by CCBA and some other interveners, that Duke Energy changed their assumptions about the dispatch of solar and storage in modeling SP5 and SP6?
Yes, in SP5 and SP6, they were modeled as two separate resources. And so the Encompass algorithm was able to dispatch storage according to the system needs in real time. And that I believe that is one of the contributing factors as to why the model shifted from standalone solar to solar plus storage.
I was going to ask you, did the Duke model tend to favor the inclusion of more solar plus storage resources once those changes were made compared to P1 through P4?
Generally, yes. I think, in fact, I believe SP5 and SP6, the CapEx models, which only provide preliminary results, which are then adjusted through a few out of model steps, almost entirely selected only solar plus storage with very little standalone storage selected.
Putting aside
standalone solar, sorry.
Thank you. Putting aside the issue of recommended near-term actions, do you agree that if solar plus storage is modeled with more flexibility in its dispatch, Encompass and other models tend to select it as an economic resource?
Yes.
Do you agree that modeling solar plus storage to charge bidirectionally from the solar component or from the grid tends to make solar plus storage a more economic resource in Encompass and other models?
So that's hard to say, and I certainly didn't reach that conclusion necessarily in my testimony. As I explained in my testimony, Encompass doesn't currently allow that. It's either one or the other. You're either AC connected only from the grid or DC connected only from the resource. I think there's value in having that bidirectional storage, and potentially could reduce some of the standalone storage, which is being utilized for grid charging, but it's being deployed because the solar plus storage cannot charge from the grid. I hope that this is an improvement that Encompass implements in the future, because I think it would provide a little more granularity there, and potentially, reveal additional benefits. But obviously, that has to be weighed against incremental costs, bidirectional inverters, operational control that might be put on that storage by the Duke system operation team and other factors.
Would you agree that the technology does exist? Let me strike that question. Would you agree with witness Ron DeFelice from CCBA that technology is currently in the market to allow bidirectional charging?
I have no reason to not believe that.
Would you agree that it's necessary to develop commercial terms to allow Duke Energy control of the solar and battery resources procured as part of the carbon plan?
Yes, I think we spoke about that with solar plus storage and would like to see those terms developed before the 2023 procurement, which we expect would take additional solar plus storage.
Mr. Metz?
I mean, if I understood your question correctly, you said have Duke have control. I think there might be a nuance in the question there. I just think the commercial terms need to be created in such a way so dispatch can occur. I don't know if the context of Duke control is necessarily the caveat there, that it could be a commitment schedule, or it could be that Duke sends out a dispatch signal and y'all follow that signal. And just getting hung up on the Duke control.
Understood. I thank you for that clarification. I accept it. Would you agree that it's important for the commercial terms that we develop or that are developed in anticipation of the 2023 procurement to fairly compensate operators or owners for the resources they make available?
Yes.
And to protect ratepayers as well?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to another topic now. At various points in your testimony, Mr. Thomas, you discussed the concept of execution risk. Can you tell me what you mean by that term and how the public staff has used it in evaluating proposed portfolios in this case?
Sure. And witness Metz may have more on the transmission side, but I think broadly execution risk is just the failure to achieve modeled results in the real world due to a variety of factors, of risk factors. So, you might be looking at, is the pace of the build out sustainable? Can we interconnect this much? Can we acquire this much land? Can we import this much natural gas? There's factors, real world factors that are not modeled in the Encompass model. And those factors can lead to confounding the ability to get to those kind of least cost optimal results. And so those have to be taken into consideration. If you told me that a portfolio needed to add 10,000 megawatts of solar every year, and that's a big execution risk. And those factors are not always reflected in the model. And so that's what we were trying to assess there.
Okay. Am I correct, or do I understand correctly that in evaluating execution risk, I think I understood, you're attempting to evaluate the chances that a given resource in a portfolio will perform in the real world the way it does in the model?
I think the performance, not necessarily. I think it's just the ability to build a resource, the commercial availability of a technology, when it could become available, when is the commercial operation date and the timeline for construction envisioned in the carbon plan. Is that realistic? I think those are really the challenges there. Once the unit's in service, and to the extent that operations might deviate from the optimal model, I think that's just a fact of life, that the model has perfect foresight and system operators do not. But really execution is getting to that commercial operation date and achieving those carbon reduction targets.
Mr. Metz, do you have anything to add to that?
It was just in complement to that is the reliability of the system, ensuring that the operators can maintain reliability.
Am I correct that if you determine that a proposed portfolio relies on or assumes resources that your research or knowledge leads you to conclude is less likely to be available when scheduled, then that portfolio can be said to have more execution risk than another portfolio that does not include those assumptions?
I'm sorry to ask you, rephrase that? I just
Sure. I mean, and I'm grasping questions about concepts that I understand through a glass darkly. So be careful. Am I correct that if you determine that a proposed portfolio relies on or assumes resources that your research leads you to believe is less likely to be available when scheduled, that portfolio can be said to have more execution risk than a proposed portfolio that does not have those assumptions or resources built into it?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but the addition of new resources is not the only factor, right?
Okay.
We have to consider both the timelines for transmission system build out, the timelines for interconnection of resources that are commercially available at this time. But yes, generally, yes, if Duke modeled a fusion reactor in 2035, I think we would be skeptical of that date. But, I think in
Did
general.
you read my notes? Because that was one of my next questions. Thank you.
In general, we found that the assumptions that Duke used, particularly SMRs, reflect to a certain extent reasonable assumptions about because I have to tell you're going towards SMRs, the reasonable assumptions about the commercial availability of that technology based upon information known today. Will that maybe be wrong? Yes, but we'll revisit this in 2024. We may have more information on the status of the industry by then. The NRC may take some actions. If we see further delays, then in 2024, we may need to adjust that first availability date. If we see more progress than expected, we may pull it in, but that's the iterative nature of this update process.
And for another point of reference is if you're trying to evaluate the execution risk of a 300 megawatt unit with a potential production profile versus a 1600 megawatt unit with the same production profile, there's a lot more risk if that 1600 megawatt facility didn't come online and the ability to recover compared to the 300 megawatt profile if you put all the production profile, capacity factors, and contribution to system needs all in the same playing field.
On your testimony on page 13 and 14, Mr. Thomas, I'll start on page 13 at line 7.
I'm there.
Okay. You state that the public staff's initial comments detailed specific concerns regarding the execution risk and costs associated with Duke's portfolios 1 through 4, and compared the carbon abatement costs of meeting the interim goal by 2030 relative to the social cost of carbon. In summary, the public staff has serious concerns about Duke's ability to interconnect the amount of renewable generation that must be installed by 2030 to meet the targets, particularly given the challenges associated with the required major transmission network upgrades, which will almost certainly involve more than only the 18 projects. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You then move on line 20 and state, in addition, the public staff is concerned that P1 is the most vulnerable to cost overruns related to delayed schedules and material price increases, as it relies heavily on aggressive additions of solar and storage, both of which are experiencing substantial near-term cost increases related to global inflation and supply chain issues. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to that sentence that begins with "in addition." The public staff is concerned about price increases. That's a step further than the public staff went in its original comments, isn't it? In terms of what the execution risk is about P1?
No, I'd have to look back at my comments, but I believe we did specifically discuss the potential for cost overruns when you procure huge volumes of a particular resource that is experiencing a lot of uncertainty in the market. And we've been hearing from solar developers that the countervailing duties and anti-dumping investigation could have major impacts. And when you put all your eggs in one basket, as it were, we felt that you're more vulnerable to, a cost overrun of 20% is more impactful when you're installing, 1,200 incremental megawatts versus, not installing that. So I think we were really focused on that enormous initial build out as being potentially more risky in P1 because there is significantly more solar added in that portfolio.
So it's your testimony that P1 has the highest risk of cost overruns due to its reliance on solar and solar plus storage.
P1 has the highest exposure to cost overruns related to solar cost overruns relative to other portfolios by that date.
Are you familiar with the price curve for solar PV technology over the last 15 years, Mr. Thomas?
I am.
Would you agree that the cost of solar PV systems has declined since solar first became part of the North Carolina grid?
Yes.
And it's fair to say there's been some instability in that pricing as a result of some of the factors you mentioned in your testimony recently, tariffs and other supply chain issues. Is that right?
Yes. And, the cost curve, has been disrupted. And I think a lot of the capital cost estimates, that we've seen don't always reflect that disruption. And it's uncertain when that will resolve, right? We don't have certainty to see through this, to see when those that cost
Sure.
decline will resume if it will.
Would you agree that the IRA may in fact have significant effect on that supply chain?
It certainly could, although I'll caveat that with the ITC and the IRA is heavily dependent upon developers. There's a very low base ITC, but there's bonuses associated with domestic content manufacturing guidelines, prevailing wage standards, siting guidelines, and there's no guarantee that developers will be able to capture all that bonus. But if they could, yes, it could result in additional price declines.
Would you agree that the market for solar PV systems is a mature market with an established supply chain in the United States?
I can't speak to the supply chain in the United States.
Let me rephrase that question because I left that ambiguous by accident. Would you agree that the market in the United States for solar PV systems is a mature market and has an established supply chain?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. But you're concerned today that supply and demand issues with solar and storage will reverse the historical trend.
I think that the near-term trend is important to consider here. Yeah, I think over the next 10 years, will we continue to see price declines in solar? Probably, but I can't see the future. Significant amount of panels come out of the Southeast Asian region and China, and there's a lot of uncertainty geopolitically now, so it's hard to understand really what might happen in the future. But it's safe to say that in the near term, prices have gone up, and they could go up further, and very, very high levels of procurement in the near term could capture that price increase to a certain extent. That may not be beneficial to ratepayers.
As a matter of just basic Econ 101, when demand outstrips supply, price rises, right? Generally speaking.
Generally.
Um,
Although that breaks down when you have tariffs and taxes and
Certainly. The public staff is not recommending the approval and adoption of any of the specific portfolios in this proceeding beyond the near-term execution plan, are you?
I believe we recommended that the commission take into account the modeling changes in SP5 when it adopts its carbon plan, as we believe that was more appropriate. But as far as specific resource selection, we don't feel it's necessary to select a portfolio that locks us into resources throughout time. That's why we've recommended a near-term action plan.
In the near-term action plan recommended by the public staff, you make recommendations for the quantities of solar that you recommend be pursued in 22, 23, and 24, correct?
Can you point me to my testimony?
Take a look at page 63 of your testimony, and I believe you amended some of this testimony this morning, but let me know when you get there, and I'll get there with you. Hold on. On the chart on page 63, is it a fair characterization to say that you recommend SP5 compliant solar and solar plus storage in the amount of 4,250 megawatts as part of the near-term execution plan?
So that table in the near-term action plan essentially summarizes the resources that were put in service by the end of 2029. So that would be full year 2030. And we attempt to take that quantity and try to back that out into a procurement target for the 2022 solar procurement. But I don't recommend targets outside of that. A lot depends on the pricing that we receive, market trends, and the development of future solar procurement RFPs.
Is it your testimony that those procurements don't carry the execution risk that you state confronts Portfolio 1 before 2030?
No, they absolutely do. A target that we recommend of 1,200 megawatts in the 2022 solar procurement absolutely does carry execution risk. We may not procure that much. It may be more expensive than if we waited a year, maybe less expensive. We may see defaulting PPAs as interconnection targets aren't reached. We may see developers back out after signing a PPA because prices went up. There's a significant amount of execution risk. We're not suggesting that any pathway has zero risk, but we think we're trying to balance costs, risk, and CO2 reductions along with system reliability in some of the targets that we've recommended.
It's possible, though, to ameliorate some of the interconnection concerns and transmission concerns that you stated create the execution risk for a solar-focused portfolio, isn't it?
Yes, and Witness Mess addresses some of those amelioration efforts in his testimony.
And it's actually, what I was going to look at is your testimony on page 69. And Mr. Metz, if you have something to add, I'm happy to hear your response as well. But to save the time of reading from line 12 of 69 to line 2 of 70, in that paragraph, you discuss that large quantity and geographic diversity of projects that have bid into at least the 2022 procurement. You believe it's likely that some of these targets and the spreading out of these projects interconnection over time might ameliorate that risk, right? Is that a fair characterization of that? It's not, certainly not a quote, but.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to get at here is that, we found that Duke's interconnection limits were generally reasonable for resource planning, but then we go and recommend a higher 2022 procurement target than Duke used in its baseline. And what I'm just trying to say here is that, we're not exactly tying the procurement to the quantity selected in a given year, because the 1,200 megawatts or however many megawatts are procured in the 2022 procurement might come in over a range of time periods. I expect some to come in 2025, some to come in 2026, and some even in 2027, particularly if they're dependent upon the red zone upgrades, which many of which are not expected to be completed until 2026.
And some of the procurements in later years would also likely be spread out in terms of when they would interconnect. Isn't that right?
I think potentially there's always going to be a range of projects that bid in, some with completed facility studies and interconnection agreements will be able to connect sooner. Some that are in near early term development that have barely even got site control, those will take much longer to get interconnected.
And for
Mr. Metz?
for context of risk, and it was sort of having the conversation of putting all your eggs in one basket, is how we evaluate this. The transmission upgrades, regardless in the red zone or not, are going to take time. Larger the project, one can assume it's just a larger scale of scope, and it's going to take time. I'm not aware that anyone in this room can control Mother Nature and what foresight that we can have in this execution schedule. And I mean that respectfully. So when we look at the schedule of these implementations that we've reviewed, Duke has, in my words, aggressively removed some of the project management fluff or cushion to potentially address some of these Mother Nature items that do occur in the Carolinas. So I'm just adding caution is when we evaluate sort of the risk is also taking in consideration some of these other elements that can't be captured and modeled in more real world planning scenarios that we have to rebound from.
If I
Thank
can
you.
add
Yes, sir.
one more thing too, the solar interconnection limits and the challenges associated with those, I mean, that's not in a vacuum, right? We also in our near-term action plan recommend the procurement of 600 megawatts of onshore wind, and some of that may be PPAs and not require, but those will still require point-to-point transmission, securing that. Recommend 1,100 megawatts of battery storage standalone. That's going to need studies, as we heard yesterday. There's gas CTs and CCs, those need to be studied and interconnected, and they'll have their requisite transmission impact. So looking at it just in terms of how much solar can we interconnect is a bit myopic, and we need to look at the whole resource portfolio that we're trying to interconnect and realize that this is a challenge for Duke's transmission interconnection studies and Duke's transmission planners that I don't believe that they've ever faced before in terms of interconnecting this volume of intermittent resources and dispatchable resources and energy storage simultaneously. So I think we need to temper this with some dose of reality.
Understood, and I don't disagree with you there, but I want you to take a quick look for ease of reference at figure 6 of the carbon plan, which is page 14 of the executive summary. Do you have that in front of you?
I actually don't have the executive summary in front of me. Is it in Appendix E?
Page 6.
Page 6 of the executive summary. I think it's 6 of the entire plan, I believe.
Okay.
It's figure 6, I'm sorry, page 14.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with this graphic.
Just, this is a representation, figure 6 is a representation by Duke of sort of a timeline of when certain, what resources are in a given portfolio at the time that the portfolio achieves 70% reduction. Is that right?
Yes.
And only, by looking at the whole carbon plan and at this figure 6, only portfolio 1 would meet the 70% CO2 reduction required by HB 951 by 2030, correct?
Yes, only P1 achieves it by 2030.
And P2 through P4 are projected to meet that deadline later and in reliance on concentration of other technologies.
They are projected to meet it later, yes.
And using concentrations of other technologies other than solar at the level in portfolio one.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the interim compliance date, yes, they're different, but looking at 2035, I mean, many of those, even P1 adds many of those same resources.
Right, but it doesn't do so, it doesn't rely on those additional resources to meet the 2030 70% decline, does it?
No, it does not rely on, say, pump storage or new nuclear.
It stands to reason, doesn't it, that Duke wouldn't propose a portfolio that they did not think they had the capability of executing?
I think P1 in particular, Duke has been very clear in its filing that it did not believe that the interconnection rates used in that study for solar were reasonable. We found that they presented more risk, and so I can't speak to whether or not Duke thinks all of these are equally achievable. I think P1 has the most challenges and would be more costly to ratepayers over time.
Okay. The other portfolios proposed by Duke do not project themselves to achieve the reduction of 70% by 2030. I think we've covered that. P3 and P4 both to some extent rely on SMRs or new nuclear, correct?
That is correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but they are actually dependent upon 300 megawatts of SMR coming online before 2034, along with 1.7 megawatts of new pump storage. Is that right?
While those two portfolios are dependent upon that to reach the interim compliance, all portfolios are dependent upon that to move beyond the 2030 compliance. And 951 doesn't cut off at 2030.
Understood.
We have to plan for 2030.
But my question is whether they're reliant on those technologies to achieve by Duke's statement, the 2030 70% reduction.
No, those P1 and P2 are not relying on new nuclear pump storage. They are relying upon new gas resources, significant quantities of onshore wind, batteries, and solar.
You and the public staff described Duke's assumptions on new nuclear as reasonable. Is that right? On page 48 of your testimony, if you don't mind looking at that.
Page 40.
48. The question is, does the public staff find Duke's assumptions regarding non-commercialized technologies to be reasonable? And in your response on line 8, wait. Actually, that one says, let me make sure I'm on the right page. 48. You state, Duke's assumption, beginning on line 7, that new nuclear resources will be available in the future is not unreasonable, right?
That's what I say.
But you do go on to say it is impossible to know for certain at this time when new nuclear will first become available or at what price, right?
Yes, I think that's out of our hands. A lot of that relies upon the NRC and the individual manufacturers. So no one knows for certain when that is, but we found the dates used by Duke to be reasonable for planning purposes. I think it's undeniable looking at all the portfolios, SB5 and SB6 included, that new nuclear is going to be an important component of meeting not only potentially the interim compliance, but the 2050 net neutrality or the carbon neutrality. And the selection of these resources across all portfolios, including in some other interveners portfolios, which selected new nuclear resources, we believe that the dates in the carbon plan may be ambitious, but it still is worthy of exploring those options in the near term.
Well, with regard to Duke's requested near-term execution actions related to SMR licensing and siting, Mr. Metz, on page 26 of your testimony, you do not dispute those amounts, do you?
So starting on page 26.
Of your testimony, yes, sir. Are you disputing the costs and required activities that Duke has stated? No. Correct, at the bottom of the page?
Correct, and also I do not have the means to measure or evaluate Duke's listed activities.
So you have no transparency into what those expenditures are or what those actions are, but you don't find them unreasonable?
I don't find it unreasonable that work will need to take place to set us up to potentially evaluate and refine cost estimates for new, either new nuclear or the Bag Creek 2 project.
Would you agree, though, that it would be prudent for the commission to require Duke to carefully and transparently report those expenditures to the commission during the 3 years covered by those projections?
Yes, and I believe Public Staff Witness Boswell covered some of this topic in her testimony as well.
Okay. Would you agree it would be prudent to impose a cap on such expenditures that Duke cannot exceed without permission from the commission and explaining why they need to exceed it?
I'm going to defer to Public Staff Witness Boswell on that.
Thank you. On page 20 of your testimony, Mr. Metz, beginning on line 16, you state, are you there? I don't want to rush you through it.
Page 20, line 16.
Yes, sir. You state the 3 long lead time resources have the potential to take a decade or more to develop from concept phase to commercial operation. Some, particularly SMR deployment and future BOEM offshore wind leases, are also dependent on factors largely outside of Duke's control, correct?
That is correct.
What factors in SMR deployment are largely outside of Duke's control?
So focusing in on SMR deployment. So for modeling purposes, you evaluated, Duke evaluated multiple different SMR technologies, or correction, it was a couple of SMR technologies and they had their respective costs. I cross-referenced those potential costs back to the AEO 2021 and 2022 and found those costs to be within reason within those proxies that were published data. The deployment, or correction, the licensing by the NRC for each one of those reactor technologies are one of the many factors that are really outside of Duke's control. For example, NuScale did have their earlier variant, I might be off on the megawatts here, their 50 megawatt variant actually approved by NRC, but it was my understanding while NuScale was doing the licensing of the 50 megawatt project, they found that they can get increased megawatt output. They had headroom in their design to go to the 77 megawatt design, subject to check on the 77 megawatt design. Since that increased the megawatts, that new megawatt design would also have to go through the NRC, which is currently underway. But one of the other technologies that are listed, I'm pausing here for a second because some of the information's in the supply side data manual. And
you don't, I think maybe you're going in a little more detail on the particular units than I necessarily wanted in the question. So if you're about to venture into confidential information, please don't, understanding that it's there. But there are issues that are outside of Duke's control about SMR technology, such as the location and supply of the fuel, events in the Ukraine, issues that we discussed with Duke's panel over the last few days, correct?
That's correct, but that's one of the reasons for the near-term activities, which does not get to that level of implementation of the technology.
Gotcha. Mr. Thomas, going back to page 48 of your testimony where you discuss SMRs.
Yeah.
You state, and you already agreed that this was your testimony, that it's impossible to know for certain that at this time when it will first become available or at what price. But then you go on, and is it fair to say that in that portion of your testimony, Mr. Thomas, you're discussing the reasons why it is reasonable for Duke to assume that SMRs will become available to be used in their portfolios on the schedule they propose?
I think what I'm trying to describe here on this page of my testimony is that it's reasonable to include SMR as a selectable resource in the carbon plan modeling. I think that's reasonable because from where I sit, from my perspective, I think it's highly likely that SMRs will be approved by the NRC and that this capacity will start to be deployed in some level on the U.S. grid. I think that the challenge is, what is that first year? When do we allow the model to select that technology? And I think that, there's a lot of discussion about what is the appropriate date. Is 2032 too early? Is it too late? But ultimately, that's an assumption that we have to make based on our imperfect knowledge today. And I think it's a reasonable assumption at this time that we will revisit in future plans. But not performing some of the pre-development activities, could potentially, sabotage some of those efforts to be prepared to at least execute on the actions that Duke can execute on to safely and reliably deploy the SMRs that are selected in the model to provide those carbon reductions and maintain system reliability.
Looking at page 49 at the top of the page, you state utilities across the country are planning to incorporate SMRs in their future generation portfolios, with 19 utilities planning to add a combined 90 gigawatts of SMRs to the nation's grid by 2050. Is that right?
Yes, and there are particular. I have not reviewed every IRP across the country, but I was able to find several utility IRPs that do include SMRs as a selectable resource, and some that do, some of those do select those SMRs as the most economical way to achieve decarbonization targets.
So all those things lead you to the conclusion that a market for SMRs will exist and will develop further within the time frame of the carbon plan. Is that right?
By 2050, yes.
Did you hear the testimony of the long lead time resources panel 2 days ago?
I was listening. Yes.
Did you hear them agree with me that there is no SMR unit online and producing commercial power anywhere in the world as of today?
Yes.
You will agree then that it's impossible for there to be an SMR supply chain in place currently, correct?
I would characterize it that the supply chain, that there are current R&D activities underway to support the development of SMR research.
But there's not a supply chain for the parts needed to construct a SMR or the building that an SMR is housed in, is there?
I would generally agree that there's not a supply chain to mass produce 90 gigawatts of SMRs today.
And an SMR online by 2032 would, by definition, based on the timelines that Duke discussed in its carbon plan and in testimony this week, be one of the first commercial SMR plants brought online in the United States, wouldn't it?
No, I wouldn't agree with that, because my understanding, the facility, I'll look over to my left, for the facility out west, I believe was 2027 or 2028, subject to check. And I believe there is development in Canada on approximately 2030. I can't remember the exact date.
And those aren't the same technology. Those are two different designs, right?
I can't remember the designs off the top of my head.
Okay.
I want to just reiterate to that, while Duke did select one particular SMR unit to model here, for operational characteristics, there are many models, there are many types that are being developed. There's the GE, there's NewScale, there's other brands, and I think a lot depends on, I don't want to get too hung up on the particular manufacturer and just looking at it as a technology, selectable technology, and the GE could abandon their plans, but NewScale could move faster than expected. And that would obviously change the type of model that we represent in future carbon plans. And I don't believe that any of Duke's near-term actions were related to nuclear, specifically focus on, procuring or ordering parts or placing orders with GE, but rather are doing the pre-preparation necessary to, facilitate whatever SMR comes into commercial operation.
I understand that. I don't disagree with your point there. And we're talking about the market for the technology and the actual equipment itself is what I'm asking about. And would you agree with me that there's not likely to be a tested, shock-resistant, and resilient supply chain for this new technology by 2030 or even 2032?
That doesn't mean that one can't be built and online and approved by the NRC.
But the demand for the units, assuming all of our hopes about them come true, will certainly ramp up rapidly after that point, right?
That requires too much speculation on what you mean by ramp.
Okay, will increase rapidly after that point if we're going to build the 90 gigawatts anticipated in your testimony.
Yeah, I think if that's the actual demand, then that would require ramping up. But for small modular reactors, that's kind of the point. The more that you build, the theoretically the cheaper that they get.
So,
and I just also point out, look, we're talking about what might happen in 10 years. 10 years ago, there was no market or supply chain in North Carolina for installing megawatts of utility scale solar, right? There was very little. Maybe 10 years ago, very, very savvy people could have predicted that we'd have this much solar in the state. But, so I just want to emphasize that things change over time, and we're going to be revisiting these assumptions in the future. And if these assumptions about in-service dates become more questionable in the future, we'll adjust that. But we have to make some adjustments today.
But if I understand your testimony, it's reasonable for Duke to assume that a brand new technology with a brand new and untested supply chain will meet unprecedented worldwide demand and still present less of a risk of cost overruns than solar and solar plus storage.
The SB5 model that we catered our near-term action plan to has significant quantities of solar, solar plus storage, and standalone solar. So I don't understand, we're not putting all of our eggs in the SMR basket here. By 2030, I think there's 300 megawatts of solar or of SMR capacity. If that doesn't happen, if that doesn't materialize, that's 300 megawatts on a 30, 40 megawatt, 1,000 megawatt system. You know, solar is much larger in contribution in terms of the amount of capacity that must be installed. So I think we need to put this SMR thing in context, right? It's obviously relied upon much by 2050, but I think that by 2050, those assumptions will change dramatically, potentially significantly. But for interim compliance, by 2035, we're not talking about gigawatts of nuclear. This is very small relative to the total capacity being added. So I don't want to get caught up so much on what's better, an SMR, one SMR unit, or 5 times the capacity of solar plus storage, which might be required to actually replace that small amount of nuclear capacity, and focus more on what's reasonable for planning purposes today.
The long-term modeling and assumption of SMRs and other long lead time technologies in the out years of a carbon plan will affect what goes into the carbon plan in the early years, won't it?
Are you talking about the inputs? Can you clarify that?
Strike that question. It's way too complicated to do on the fly, so I'll drop that question. It might lead to a long colloquy that we don't have time for. During your time in the public staff, Mr. Thomas, has a new nuclear resource ever been brought online on time and under budget in North Carolina?
No.
There's been no project, new nuclear built in North Carolina since my time on public staff.
And you heard the discussion yesterday about the Lee plant with the long lead time resource panel?
Generally familiar with the Lee nuclear plant in South Carolina.
And in 2017, Duke Energy sought approval for a 13.9% rate increase and sought to recover $368 million in planning and development costs when canceling the Lee plant.
Yes.
That plant was scheduled to cost $6 billion when announced in 2005, right?
Subject to check.
And by 2008, it had grown to $11 billion.
Subject to check.
And this was similar to the chronic cost increases that have affected the Vogtle plant in Georgia. Are you familiar with that plant?
Yes, I am familiar.
And that was similar to the chronic cost increases to those that ultimately killed the VC Sumner plant in South Carolina, right?
I'm generally cognizant of the VC Summer plant challenges.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, Sigfer.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, gentlemen. As you know, my name is Christina Kress, and I am here on behalf of SIGFR. Mr. Thomas, I'll start with you. You testified that the public staff finds an interim compliance date of 2032 to be generally reasonable. Is that correct?
Can you point me to my testimony there?
Sure. I believe it is on page 6 of your testimony. Line 13.
Actually, that I'm discussing Duke's near-term procurement activities associated with an interim compliance date of 2032 and find them, or the near-term procurement activities, generally reasonable. Later in my testimony, I recommend that Duke be required to meet the interim goal by no later than 2032.
So then is it fair to characterize your assessment of Duke's interim compliance date of 2032 to be reasonable?
I mean, Duke modeled different dates for interim compliance, 2030, 2032, and 2034. And we reviewed the costs and the potential benefits of each of those and execution risks. We found that we don't believe that Duke has justified a delay beyond 2032 pursuant to the language in 951. So we think that achieving a compliance goal by 2030 or 2032 would be reasonable, but looking at the execution risks and the incremental costs to North Carolina ratepayers of 2030 compliance relative to 2032 compliance, we have serious concerns about those incremental costs and whether or not they justify the commission's discretion in the optimal timing and generation mix.
Thank you for that. And SP5 would have an interim compliance date of 2032, is that right?
That's correct. That's how we modeled it.
And SP6 would have an interim compliance date of 2034?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, I would like to introduce, for the sake of time, two exhibits, if it's okay. They'll pertain to the same line of questioning. Here's. And sorry. And I'll represent for the record that these are Figure 1 and Table 3, which were taken from the public staff's comments filed in this docket on July 15th, 2022.
Sorry, what table was that?
Table 3 and Figure 1.
Okay.
So, Chair Mitchell, I'd request that Table 3 be marked as SIGFR 2 and 3, Public Staff, Thomas, Metz, and Williamson Panel, Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 1,
All right, motion is allowed.
and that.
Actually, I'm sorry. The document will be marked for identification as SIGFR 2 and 3, Public Staff, Thomas, Metz, and Williamson Panel, Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 1.
Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and allow the second document to be marked SIGFR 2 and 3, Public Staff, Thomas, Metz, and Williamson Panel, Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 2.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Mr. Thomas, you were just testifying a moment ago about the costs of more expedited compliance. Can you walk us through Table 3 and what it shows here, and your conclusions, if any, that you reached from looking at this table?
Sure. So as one part of our analysis, we wanted to look at, what is the benefit to ratepayers, or what is the incremental cost of 2030 compliance relative to the later compliance, and try to put that in context. So what we did is we looked at the incremental CO2 for P2, 3, and 4 relative to P1. And you can see that in the second column of the third column of Table 3. And then we looked at the PVR savings relative to P1. So for example, P2, I believe through 2035 emits 23 million tons, short tons more than P1, but costs $1.7 billion less in PVR terms. So when you divide those numbers, you come up with a cost of carbon abatement in $1 per ton of $76. And that's P1 relative to P2. So essentially, to achieve that 2030 compliance instead of 2032 compliance, you are paying $76 per short ton of carbon emissions for removing that emissions. I then went and I compared that to the social cost of carbon published by the White House Technical Panel. One reason I referenced this was, EO 246 from the governor does reference this figure as something to consider in decision making. We don't find it to be determinative, but we thought it was illustrative. Based on the weighted cost, the calculation for that, the footnote has more details about the 3% discount rate and an emission year of 2035. That cost is 61, and so that represents the cost of each, the social costs. We're talking about health benefits, carbon, climate change as estimated by this panel to be $61. So this is saying essentially that for every ton of carbon removed, North Carolina residents are paying $76 to achieve compliance in 2030. But the benefits associated with that removal of carbon are only $61 per ton. And for us, that kind of indicated that this earlier compliance is, the Commission's given flexibility. We're trying to balance cost, execution risk, reliability. We were concerned that the cost exceeded the benefits in this simple calculation. So again, we don't find this to be determinative. It's not the only factor we looked at when discussing the interim compliance date, but it is one of them.
Thank you for that. And I saw you nodding, Mr. Metz. Is there anything you would like to add?
No, I was agreeing.
Okay, excellent. And Mr. Thomas, I'll now turn your attention to Exhibit 2. Is it fair to say that this chart represents the fact that Duke's 4 portfolios as proposed follow a similar trajectory to carbon neutrality in 2050?
Yes, the only difference really is the interim compliance date and how that's achieved.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, what is your opinion about whether the inclusion of a generation resource in the commission's carbon plan should be controlling in a CPCN proceeding?
I believe generally any generation resource that Duke comes in for to build should require CPCN, and the normal process of review for necessity and need should be followed in that CPCN. And you know, the selection of that resource in the carbon plan is certainly one factor we would consider in that, but we also need to look at updated modeling, right? If Duke comes in for a combined cycle and gas prices have tripled and are expected to maintain that elevated status, then that would be something we would consider in reviewing our position on that CPCN.
And since you mentioned Duke potentially coming in for a future CPCN for a new natural gas plant, would a hypothetical future CPCN proceeding for a new CT or CC evaluate the reasonableness of any proposed new natural gas plants?
I think that's generally the approach we take in CPCN proceedings, is evaluate the reasonableness of the proposed plant.
And will that proceeding include an analysis of more recent and up-to-date recent gas price forecasts and market conditions?
I would expect so. I think we would expect that type of analysis from Duke, and potentially would investigate that in terms of updated commodity prices and other factors.
Thank you. Moving on, the supplemental model portfolios in SP5 and SP6 did not select offshore wind in the next 10 years. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe they were in about 2040, 2041. There was capacity selected.
Is that because offshore wind is not a least cost resource right now?
I'm not sure, when the model is selecting or not selecting offshore wind, it's evaluating against a suite of alternatives, and it is not least cost prior to 2040 perhaps, but at that time the model is determining that it could be. Obviously a lot depends on the updates, but I wouldn't say necessarily that offshore wind is not part of a least cost solution.
Thank you. Turning now, Mr. Williamson, I'll ask you a couple of questions. You testify on page 19 that the only way the companies can meet the 1% DSM-EE target is if Duke's proposed regulatory changes are approved by the Commission for planning purposes. Is that correct?
You said page 19?
Yes, sir.
Can you point me where? Where on page 19?
Sure. Give me 1 second. And hopefully I have not
Oh, I see it. I see
gotten
it.
okay.
I see it. So, sorry for the delay. What was your question again?
You testify that the only way that the companies can meet the 1% DSM-EE target is if Duke's proposed regulatory changes are approved by the Commission for planning purposes. Is that right?
That's right. And I kind of get into it a little bit on the previous page. Essentially, the company made a very broad statement about how they came to this 1%. And at the very tail end of it, as far as how they considered the achievability of this 1%, they included the potential impacts of some identified enablers. So that's where I made that conclusion.
Is the public staff recommending that the Commission approve Duke's proposed regulatory changes with respect to DSM-EE?
Inside of the carbon plan, no. In fact, I mentioned in my testimony a number of times that these types of changes and these types of requests are more appropriate within a mechanism review where we can take into account a number of different factors, as well as potentially within just the regular DSM-EE rider proceedings, depending on the enabler that they would wish to pursue.
Have the companies struggled to maintain or increase cost-effective EE savings for individual programs as well as the overall EE portfolio?
So there's a number of things that go into how cost effectiveness for programs are determined, and every year presents its own set of distinct points in time where, so take for example, avoided costs. Currently the avoided cost for cost effectiveness purposes is dependent on the avoided cost proceedings that are handled outside of the DSMEE proceedings, but those are initiated and the commission rules on in those proceedings every 2 years or so. But every time an avoided cost proceeding concludes, that initiates the change in underlying avoided costs for purposes of determining cost effectiveness. So that as an example, I mean, avoided costs are just one example of how challenging it is to keep cost effectiveness for individual programs above 1.0.
Thank you. No further questions.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Ben Snowden for CPSA. Nice to see you. I'd like to follow up on a couple of questions my colleagues have been asking. First, on the social cost of carbon. Mr. Thomas, you referenced the governor's executive order with reference to the social cost of carbon, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. But would you agree that the social cost of carbon figure that the public staff relied on in its testimony is not the same social cost of carbon figure that is referenced in the governor's executive order?
I don't believe so. The executive order references a particular report, and that is a report that I pulled to arrive at that social cost of carbon.
Well, now the governor's executive order references a revision to the social cost of carbon figure that was expected in January 2022, doesn't it?
I believe so. I don't remember. I don't think it was released by the time we put together our comments, although I don't remember quite my.
Yeah, I don't think it's referenced in your comments.
Okay, yeah, we use the report. I don't recall if the revision was released at the time we put our
Okay.
comments together.
Well, would you agree that the intergovernmental working groups work on the social cost and carbon revision was delayed because of litigation? Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay. So are you not aware whether that work is continued, whether the revision that was expected is currently underway?
I'm not aware of the progress of that technical panel.
Okay. Have you reviewed CPSA's comments on this issue?
You'd have to remind me or put me in a particular.
Okay.
position.
This is, and I don't want to get too deeply into this because this is in the written comments. But have you reviewed CPSA's discussion of the social cost of carbon and the figure for the social cost of carbon that the governor's executive order was actually referencing?
I believe I recall that discussion, but I've read a lot of comments and testimony, and I'll be honest, I don't recall the precise.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll move on then. I would like to follow up on, I guess this is SIGFR's cross-examination exhibit 2, the chart of annual CO2 emissions reductions. Did you take a look at that?
Yep.
Okay. So would you agree that P1 on this chart doesn't just achieve compliance with 70% earlier than the other portfolios, but achieves greater greenhouse gas reductions in almost every year, if not every year of the planning period?
Yes, and that is partially, to a certain extent, that's partially a way of how Duke modeled the interim compliance. So they extrapolated from when the target began in 2025, or I think of 2026 to the interim date, and then they linearly extrapolated from there to the endpoint. So partially, this is kind of a modeling artifact, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So what you're saying is that Duke designed the portfolio P1 not just to achieve earlier compliance, but to achieve in a way that achieved a higher level of carbon abatement than all the other portfolios in every year, even after 2030.
I would object, Chair Mitchell, to council's characterization of this witness's testimony.
I'm asking him if he agrees with how I've characterized the way this model is, or the way the portfolios are designed.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yeah, I think the numbers don't lie. I think P1 emits less carbon than any other portfolio.
Okay, and would you agree that carbon abatement, for lack of a better word, costs money?
Yes.
Okay, so would you agree that to a significant extent, the cost differential between P1 and the other portfolios here arises not from the fact that it achieves compliance in 2030, but from the fact that it achieves more carbon abatement all the way through 2050?
I'm not so sure that that's necessarily true. I think the way that the production cost models and this output is from production cost models, and the way that the CapEx, the carbon cap was modeled in the capacity expansion model cause resource selection. I think that the higher cost is generally associated with the resources that were added over time, but I also don't think that it would have been reasonable for Duke to say in P1 allow a lapse in the CO2 margin to level out with other portfolios. I understand they were trying to model a orderly transition from one point to the next. And so, yeah, I think that this is, if anything, I think it's the earlier compliance and then marching from that earlier compliance on to the 2050 is partially the reason. And P1 has a shallower slope of decarbonization in the later years, which potentially could offset some of that increased cost that you were just referring to.
Okay, but cost impacts in the later years are going to have a much lower impact on PVRR of the portfolios, won't they?
Generally, yeah.
Okay, so all I'm asking is, I mean, would you agree that the cost differential between P1 and the other portfolios isn't entirely a result of the fact that it achieves compliance in 2030 instead of a later year?
Well, I think that's as you said, later costs are much more discounted. I think that's probably a primary driver, is the earlier compliance. But to the extent by which it's driven by a sustained lower carbon emission rate, it may contribute, but it's hard to tell.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to follow up on your discussion with Mr. Burns about cost overruns on solar. Now, as I heard your testimony, you were saying that larger procurements of solar result in greater customer exposure to cost overruns. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
I think if you procure 10 megawatts of a resource and you have a 10% cost overrun, that risk is less than if you procure 1,000 megawatts and you experience the same 10% cost overrun. So yes, the more of a particular resource you procure, if the cost overruns are similar, you could experience greater exposure to raw number of dollars that would be put onto ratepayers.
Well, let me ask another question. With respect to solar, who is exposed to cost overruns?
Well, I think the cost overruns in terms of, are you talking about construction cost overruns?
Well, cost overruns was your phrase.
So I think to a certain extent, right, the ratepayers are exposed to those potential cost overruns when developers, like in a competitive procurement, factor in those risks and contingencies in their bid price, right? Whether a developer has a stable environment and puts a 5% contingency in, or has a very volatile environment and puts a 20% contingency in, those costs would go to ratepayers. In terms of after the PPA has been selected, cost overruns relative to the bidder's price, the developer would be exposed to those cost overruns up to a point at which that developer, much as several projects in Tranche 2 have done, simply decides to walk away from the PPA. And at that point, the ratepayer doesn't get any of the output from that facility, and the developer walks away with potentially, if the contract allows for it, liquidated damages. But that's always an option for the developer to walk away if those cost overruns reach a point where they're not tenable.
Okay, thank you for that. I think you and I maybe are using the word overrun in a different way. When at the very beginning of your answer, you said there would be an overrun if a developer accounted for the risk of cost changes in their bid and they delivered on that bid. That does not sound like an overrun to me. Would you agree with that?
If the cost estimates that the developer used in the development of its bid are met, no, that would not be a cost overrun.
Okay, so if a developer's actual cost of development exceeded its bid, then it would be the developer that is exposed to that overrun, right?
Generally, but it depends on the RFP. If there's a bid refresh mechanism or anything like that, that would potentially allow those increased costs to be passed on to ratepayers. That would put a risk on ratepayers.
Okay, but as yet, no such bid refresh mechanism that would allow an upward adjustment exists under the RFP, does it?
I believe the 2020 RFP has a downward only adjustment. Yes.
Okay, so there is some ability for ratepayers to capture the benefits of any downward pricing changes during the RFP, but in no event would they be exposed to upward changes in cost during the RFP. Is that right?
That's in this RFP. I think you're still going to have the development of future RFPs. It's unclear what the parameters of those RFPs would be.
Okay.
I guess that's one thing. It's also how, I mean, any facility, it's not solar specific, is going to have to interconnect into the system. So to the extent that there's transmission cost overruns associated with the project deployment, I mean, that's another risk factor you can consider.
And also, just to add on to that, the cost overruns are not just for PPAs, right? 55% of this solar, of whatever quantity of solar is procured will be utility owned. And to the extent that those cost overruns, would fall on ratepayers, that would be incremental risk as well. And obviously that would be something that the public staff and the commission would review during a cost recovery proceedings for prudency, but that would be a potential exposure to ratepayers on the utility ownership side.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And I don't want to get too far into the details of the RFP, but as I understand it, under at least 2 out of the 3 structures that are allowed for utility ownership projects, it's just the developer who's exposed to cost overruns. And it's only if Duke serves as the EPC that ratepayers would be exposed to overruns. Would you agree with that?
I'm not really, I'd have to look over the RFP. I don't remember the 3 exact types of utility transfer, what they entail. I don't know what those contracts would look like. I would have to.
Okay, understood. But if an RFP bidder provided a set bid for the delivery of a turnkey project to Duke, it'd be the bidder who was exposed to any cost overruns, wouldn't it?
Potentially, yeah. I think that'd be most likely part of it. And then obviously, if the developer were to walk away, that would be always an option that they could potentially exercise if the cost overruns were excessive.
Okay, thank you for mentioning that. I do want to follow up. You mentioned that that a bidder who defaults on a PPA is exposed to liquidated damage. Do you agree with that?
It depends on the contract and the PPA, and I'm not a contract attorney, but yeah, my understanding is that generally there are some form of liquidated damages.
Okay, thanks. And to be clear, I'm just talking about the current. Let's use the current RFP contract structure to work off of. Would you agree that for that those liquidated damages would run into the multiple millions of dollars depending on the size of the project?
I suppose they could. Like I said,
We don't have the contract in front of us.
Understood. Thank you. Would you also agree, though, that if a developer were selected in RFP, moved through the DICES process and withdrew after signing that PPA, they would also be
I'm gonna go
required?
ahead and object to this line of questioning. I mean, we've gone several questions into how the RFP works. This is the carbon plan proceeding. We're trying to determine the amount of megawatts selected, not how they're selected. And
Mr. Thomas raised the issue of execution risk has been a pretty important one in this docket. Mr. Thomas has talked a bit about the risks of non-delivery by bidders. This is, I think, my last question in this line across, but I definitely think this is highly relevant to what the commission is being called on to decide.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow you to ask this last question.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, would you agree that bidders in the RFP have fairly strong incentives to price their projects in a way that accounts for the risk of cost increases so they don't get stuck with liquidated damages or other penalties?
I certainly think that's probably a factor in how they develop their bids and what type of contingencies they include in their bid price.
Thank you. All right, I'll move on from there. Mr. Thomas, would you do you agree with, or does the public staff agree with Duke's general approach to the carbon plan of including a reasonable range of portfolios and then seeking approval for a near-term execution plan that supports all of those portfolios?
I think I state this on page 6 and 7 of my testimony. I believe that the Duke's approach, right, of the multiple pathways and portfolios, sophisticated optimization tools to determine those capacity expansion plans, proper input data, and the identification of a near-term action plan is reasonable. I don't necessarily think that the near-term action plan needs to cover every conceivable sensitivity and portfolio uncertainty that might be modeled. There's quite a few sensitivity analyses that Duke performed and more that they may perform in the future. So I think that the near-term action plan is a reasonable step to the extent that it aligns with the general goals of where we're trying to get.
Understanding that sensitivities are not the same as portfolios, would you agree that the near-term action plan should support or be consistent with all of the portfolios that are actually included in the carbon plan?
Well, I'd maybe hesitate on that because, I don't believe that Duke has justified a delay beyond 2032. So I think that, kind of reviewing all the portfolios, I think that the P3 and P4 and SP6 were very illustrative and kind of demonstrating what that additional delay would be, what that would look like. But I think what I said in my testimony that Duke has not yet justified that according to 951. And so to the extent that a portfolio is supportive of more reasonable modeling that has been done, I think that's fair. But I'd also point out there's significant differences and changes from P1 through P4 and SP5 and 6. And so to the extent that our near-term action plan is really looking at SP5, because in my opinion, there were material improvements to the modeling methodologies and more reasonable assumptions on natural gas supply that we pushed for in SP5 to the point where SP5 is kind of its own portfolio. And perhaps if we had more time, we would have seen those modeling assumptions in SP5 play out in a variety of different sensitivities, much like P1 through P4 and P1A through P4A. But to the extent that it's kind of a different portfolio in terms of the inputs and the methodology, and we support those. And that's why we kind of pointed at the SP5 compliant near-term action plan rather than a universal action plan.
So the near-term action plan, you believe, should support SP5?
Yeah, I think I labeled it SP5 compliant in my table 3.
And when does SP5 achieve compliance with the 70% reduction requirement?
No later than 2032.
Okay. At P1 is the only portfolio that achieves compliance in 2030, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does the near-term execution plan support P1?
I think the near-term action plan, and particularly our recommendations about the 2022 solar procurement, the quantity that we recommended there could put us on a least regrets path there. But obviously a lot needs to be kind of reviewed in the 2023 update and the 2024 carbon plan. I don't think that if we follow the 2022 solar, if the commission approves our recommended volume for the 2022 procurement, I don't believe based upon the annual additions, we've almost kind of front loaded it slightly from the actual resources selected in SP5 in 2026. So I believe that puts us on a path towards compliance no later than 2032. But like I said, I think the commission needs to carefully consider its discretion in the optimal timing and the trade-offs between 2030 and 2032 compliance when making its decision.
So, Mr. Thomas, I heard you say that the near-term execution plan, as you recommend it, potentially puts us on a pathway to compliance in 2032. Is that what you said?
I think it generally could. I think some of our resource recommendations, like I said, are slightly front-loaded, and I think we're going to be revisiting this and looking at hopefully some updated modeling in the 2023 IRP update. But yeah, I think SB5 compliant, that near-term action plan and the specific numbers for the 2022 RFP would support a compliance date of no later than 2032.
Okay, so the near-term execution plan the public staff recommends does not put us on a pathway for compliance in 2030. Is that correct?
I think there's a lot of factors to consider there. I certainly think that it could if we are able to execute better on interconnection limits on onshore wind procurement than expected. I think we could get there. If we have a mild weather year in 2031 or 2030, we might get there even earlier. I think a lot depends on system conditions and the success of this RFP and the success of the red zone upgrades and other transmission constraint alleviation. So I think we're trying to get there by no later than 2032, but believe that we're trying to set up the system with some of the recommendations on a transmission plan that Mr. Metz has discussed. We're trying to get there by no later, and that we can get there by 2030. That's great, but I think we need to weigh and balance not only the carbon reductions, but also the costs, reliability, and execution risk.
And another function not being picked up in the elements of Mr. Thomas's table or the sort of the volume adjustment mechanisms that we had within the 2022 RFP, which this commission approved. There could be, if solar or any resource that we seek procurement for comes in lower than the reference cost, depending upon what metric or percentage we use for that adjustment, we'll continue to procure those carbon-free resources at a higher volume. So that's what we're saying, no later than 2032. We believe that we're in a framework to set ourselves up for success to get us there in a proper glide path.
Do you believe that Duke should be trying to achieve compliance in 2030?
I think we've looked at P1 and the 2030 compliance, and I think we have concerns, and I think I've enumerated those in our comments and my testimony. I think that the risk of extraordinary cost increases to North Carolina ratepayers associated with 2030 compliance has to be a factor in our transition. And so that's why we've recommended 2032, but Duke no later than 2032. But I believe I recommend that Duke take all measures that they can to achieve compliance by 2030 or at least no later than 2032.
Well, Mr. Thomas, let me ask you, what would happen if we tried to achieve compliance with 2030, but we didn't get there on time because we couldn't hit the solar interconnection targets that were projected, say, for P1?
I imagine that depending on load and weather and how other resources are interconnected and operated, all else equal would probably achieve it at a later date. But a lot depends on coal retirement, new gas resources, and other factors in the system operations.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that if we shot for 2030 and we couldn't achieve it, we'd just achieve compliance a little bit later. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
I think there's a risk that if I would agree that generally if you shoot for 2030 and you miss, you would land later. But I also would point out that by shooting for 2030 and missing, you might incur substantial costs to ratepayers associated with that attempt that would cause significant cost increases for ratepayers that are many who are already struggling to pay their bills. And so I think we have to factor that in to a certain extent in the system that we plan going forward.
I hesitate to ask this question, but what kind of cost increases are you talking about that we would incur if we set a more ambitious target, say, for solar interconnection and just didn't get there?
I think it's more than just solar interconnection. It's battery storage deployment. It's operation of particular resources that are already on the grid. It's solar plus storage contract development. It's onshore to a certain extent. I think P1 relied upon well, not by 2030, but 2032. But there's a lot that goes into simply developing and running those. And if you procure resources that are delayed in interconnection, right? I think that there's a risk that by procuring that resource in, say, 2022 and locking in a PPA in 2023 when you select that winner, because you've expanded that volume, I think if we were to shoot for 2,000 megawatts in the 2022 procurement, I mean, that would cause significant problems with then you're ranking your RFP, you're selecting the projects as you go up. At a certain point, you're selecting projects that are the most expensive in that RFP, and you're signing PPAs with them. And then if they're delayed coming online and you end up missing your interim target anyway, you're still paying that higher price that you procured because of the way that RFPs go from most cost effective to least cost effective. So
Mr. Thomas, how many megawatts are in the 2022 solar RFP, if you recall?
right now it has a floor, I think, of 700 megawatts.
No, I'm sorry, not the target, but do you recall Ms. Farber's testimony about the 2022 solar RFP?
Yes. Yes.
Do you recall?
Are we getting into confidential information there? Because it's identified in your testimony as being confidential.
I believe that Duke has said that the pricing is confidential. I don't plan to ask about that. I believe Ms. Farber testified non-confidentially about the number of megawatts.
Well,
Please correct me if I'm mistaken about that.
I would say,
Mhm.
yeah, I would say that maybe the number of megawatts that it bid into
Yes.
are is confidential, but the number of megawatts in the DICES is not. But I'm looking for Duke.
The rebuttal testimony of the transmission panels and solar panel speaks to approximately 4,900 megawatts bidding into 2022 solar procurement. So I think we can stipulate that that is public, but any granularity beyond that we would say is confidential. So thank you, Chair, for flagging that.
Yeah.
But we're agreeable that's appropriate.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brychford. I appreciate that. So subject to check, about 4,900 megawatts have bid into the 2022 solar RFP.
Yes.
Okay, so even if the commission were to direct the procurement of 2,500 megawatts, which I believe is well in excess of what anyone suggests, you still would only be getting to sort of the halfway point in terms of bid prices, right?
You'd be getting to the halfway point in megawatts, but I can't say that that's the halfway point in bid prices.
Understood.
I would like, if I could, come back a little bit. I didn't get a chance to answer when we were talking about the potential risks if we shoot too early. I covered some of this in my testimony. Is the coal exit strategy, as I sort of characterized in my testimony. If we start planning to shut down some of these generation plants and we can't meet the RFP targets that we're going to set an aggressive coal for, there's a balance, and I think that's what we're trying to achieve here. So when we talked about risks, if we want to start going at these aggressive targets and we start accelerating the coal retirements and we miss our targets, then I would say there's functions of reliability that need to be taken into consideration.
But Duke wouldn't retire a coal plant if there weren't sufficient replacement resources, would it?
It would depend on function. I mean, for example, I mean, the overall Allen units were retired, and yet some of the transmission upgrades are underway. I believe that's why Allen's units 1 and 5 are still online while they're doing a transmission upgrade. But to the extent that Duke needs to, again, from planning and modeling standpoint, if a resource is no longer required, I mean, I guess our expectation in isolation would be that Duke should be planning to start shutting down that plant.
But if Duke can't procure or interconnect as much solar as it expects to, it can check and adjust, right?
You can check and adjust, but then we had to run that plant longer uneconomically. And after Duke had to do multiple years, when they look out multiple years in advance for fuel supply.
Is that any worse than just planning to retire it at a later date, as Duke might with the 2032 or 2034 compliance portfolio?
No, I believe that's part of the balance that we're looking at here.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, I want to direct your attention to page 12 of your testimony, starting on line 17.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And you see on page 17, I'm sorry, line 17, you say that only after Duke, sorry about that. Let me start that again. On line 17, you say that only after Duke has demonstrated that the interconnection of sufficient resources to meet the interim compliance date by 2030 is not possible, ideally through the results of the 2022 and 2023 DICES cluster studies. I'm sorry. Do you see where you said that? I'm afraid
Yes.
I didn't quite take the full text of that. I apologize.
Yeah, so I'm talking here about the recommending the delay in the interim compliance and the commission's discretion.
Okay, but do you still agree that in order for this commission to authorize delay past 2030, Duke has to demonstrate that interconnection is insufficient?
I think that that would be helpful for the commission to weigh into its decision on whether to delay the compliance or not. As I said before, I think that the near-term actions, particularly as it relates to the 2022 solar procurement, will be the procurement volume will at least put us on the path for 2030 compliance, particularly around storage and the shift to solar plus storage. And I think that we'll know when the 2022 DICES closes and we start to see those results come in, what kind of construction timelines are estimated, particularly for transmission upgrades. I think that'll be very informative to whether or not Duke is even capable of meeting compliance earlier than by 2030.
So as I read your testimony, you seem to be saying that the commission shouldn't authorize Duke to go even past 2030 until the results of the 2022 and 2023 DICES studies show that compliance by 2030 isn't possible. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
I think that's what I'm saying here. I think that in the next few pages, I talked a little bit more about the execution risk that the commission should weigh, and a little bit of discussion of both the cost and the cost factors that the commission should consider as well. But here, I think that this information would be informative to the commission, but I think that the determination on actually approving a 2032 compliance date, saying in their order that Duke should seek compliance by 2032, as opposed to no later than 2032, I think that needs to be potentially would be helpful to be informed by interconnection studies and those types of timelines to see where we are in terms of capability.
So would you agree that until Duke shows through the results of DICES that it cannot achieve the 2030 carbon reduction goal, the commission should be directing Duke to engage in activities that would be consistent with achieving compliance by 2030?
I think that I guess maybe there's a difference here between no later than 2032 and requiring 2030 compliance. I think, say delaying until 2032 may allow the commission to develop a carbon plan with lower costs and execution risk, and I think that's an important factor. But I think that ultimately the commission's carbon plan should require Duke to take the steps necessary to achieve compliance no later than 2032, factoring into its decision, costs, reliability, and execution risk.
Thank you. One question on this. In your prior testimony, I think it might have been in response to Mr. Burns's question, you talked about SMRs, and you said that we need to put SMRs in context. Do you recall that? And a 300 megawatt SMR is not a huge amount on a system as large as Duke's. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think in terms of capacity, it's fairly small. It appears to be necessary to meet those compliance dates, and it certainly produces significantly more carbon-free energy than a 300 megawatt solar facility. But yes, that was specified.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you think it would
All
be
right, let me interrupt you, Mr. Snowden. We're going to pause for our afternoon break. We will take a 15-minute break and be back on the record at 3:15. Let's go off the record, please. Record, please. Mr. Snowden.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chair Mitchell. Gentlemen, you'll be happy to hear that I spent the last 10 minutes putting big black lines across my pages, so we'll try to proceed expeditiously. Mr. Thomas, I think this question is for you. I'd like to direct your attention to page 55 of your testimony, lines 3 to 5. Yeah, this is your testimony. And you say here that modeling performed by the public staff suggests that resource selection in the near term is not particularly sensitive to resource prices, particularly for renewables and storage. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I'll explain a little bit more in there, but I think in the near term, at least, in the next 3 or 4 years, the resource selection is, driving full tilt to reach that interim compliance. So what's really important there is what's driving a lot of resource selection is not the cost necessarily. I mean, cost is a component, but the carbon characteristics of those resources, and then the resource the cap on the carbon emissions, and then the characteristics of those resources as they contribute towards meeting those carbon reduction goals. So we have an Encompass license, and we played around a little bit with some of the inputs for SP5. We didn't have much time, but changing resource costs, and we found that there was really, changing renewable and storage costs pretty significantly. And over the long term, it did obviously affect the resource that were selected. But in the near term, you're already maxing out your solar. You could drop the price of your solar to $0 a kW, and you're not able to select anymore because of the interconnection limits, right? So I think there was very little deviation there, particularly with storage and I think some of the other resources that we modeled.
I mean, and for context, and Mr. Thomas will say this better than me, but we also looked at sort of SMR costs. Remember, I was talking about the EIA high, and there the EIA data from 2021 and 22, and we did a new adjustment up to 18%.
18%.
We increased the price by 18%, and it was still economically selecting the model. So we continued to evaluate sort of push-pull concepts within the Encompass license to see if any material changes would occur around the fringes.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is that in the near term, even if the prices for renewables and storage were significantly higher or significantly lower, the model would still be selecting the same amount. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, generally, there's obviously small deviations. I think we saw, maybe a couple 100 megawatts difference over the near term. I don't remember the exact number, but I think there's only one at this near term. There's only a couple different resources that are able to meet the carbon reduction goals. You're not building any new nuclear between now and 2030. There's, onshore wind, offshore wind, and solar, and that's essentially the resources that are available to the model in that very near term. So when you're already hitting your interconnection limits on an annual basis for onshore wind, for solar, reducing or changing those costs in the face of a carbon constraint is not going to be a huge factor in the selection of those resources.
So a 10% change in upward change in solar prices wouldn't affect the amount selected by the model at all, would it?
I think we actually tested a downward change of like 30% to see if it was driving changes, but I would expect that with all the other resources essentially being maxed out, a 10% increase in the cost of solar would certainly increase the PVRR of the facility, but of the portfolio, and the cost to ratepayers and the bill impact, but would not really materially select the number of megawatts potentially in the model.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you very briefly about the volume adjustment mechanism for the 2022 RFP. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And so basically, under the volume adjustment mechanism, if solar prices in the RFP are 10% higher than the solar reference price that's projected by Duke, the volume goes down by 20%, right?
Yes.
Okay. And conversely, if solar prices are 10% lower than projected, the volume goes up by 20%. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Okay. And you just testified that you wouldn't expect a 10% change either way in pricing to affect what the model would select in terms of solar resources, right?
So the model is constrained by the interconnection limits. If we had recommended a a procurement volume in the 2022 solar procurement that exactly matched the amount of solar that was selected in 2026, was 750 megawatts, then that'd be one thing. And I think, an upward or downward would maybe not be material, but we've recommended here a target of 1,200 megawatts, significantly above that model selected interconnection limit in the near term. And so, yes, the volume adjustment mechanism, we believe, is an important mechanism there to protect ratepayers from potential higher costs relative to the model cost, while still maintaining some optionality in terms of reaching that goal a little bit earlier or accommodating that price increase. So I don't want to tie exactly the modeling results, the VAM, because modeling world and the RFP world, where the rubber hits the road and contracts are signed and ground is broken, are very different things.
Thank you for that. Now, by increasing the amount of solar in the RFP, you'd agree that you do, to some extent, increase the execution risk by procuring more. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and that's part of the balancing act of the three-legged stool, if you will, of cost, execution, or cost and execution, reliability, and carbon reduction.
Okay. And this is sort of what I'm getting at. As I understand the intent of the volume mechanism, what you're saying is the public staff believes that it's appropriate to take on a little bit more execution risk if that creates opportunities for greater savings for ratepayers. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. If the costs in the RFP come in significantly lower than expected, then that's great. If developers are able to secure those low prices, I think that's grounds for increasing the amount and incrementally increasing the execution risk. But like I said, it's a balancing act.
And it is the iterative nature of the carbon plan to the extent that we procure, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if to the extent that we procure more resources in the earlier years through the volume adjusted mechanism after the fact, the track and adjust. So in future years, depending on how the costs come in at, we could be procuring less solar in this hypothetical example resources.
Thank you. Mr. Metz, I want to talk for just a minute about, actually, this would be for Metz and Mr. Thomas. I want to talk for a minute about Duke's modeled solar interconnection constraint. Would you agree that with Mr. Kalemba's characterization that the interconnection constraint represents Duke's forecast of the most likely rate of interconnection that you can achieve?
Can you point me to where you said, are you characterizing his
well,
testimony or?
Let me ask another way. Did you hear, and I understand if you don't remember at all, did you tune in for any of Mr. Kalemba's testimony on the stand?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall a discussion where we talked about Mr. Kalemba's characterization of the solar interconnection constraint as a forecast of how much solar Duke thought that it could actually interconnect?
I can't recall the exact conversations, but yes, the interconnection limit is a forecast.
Okay. And I'm going to skip a ton of questions here and just ask, would you agree that there is just a fundamental uncertainty about how much solar Duke will be able to interconnect over the course of the next several years?
Yes, and many of those factors are outside of Duke's control, in my opinion. I mean, if we look at how we're going to perform this solar procurement, I mean, pretty much defined by 951, it's worse. Where generation wants to locate is essentially how we're having to build the transmission system around it. And I don't mean that in a negative way. That's just the realities that we're here. So to the extent that larger and larger upgrades occur, it could take more time to implement those upgrades to ensure system reliability.
And you just testified that some of the factors that impacted interconnection rates are outside of Duke's control. Would you also agree that some of the factors that impact interconnection rates were also within Duke's control?
Yes, I would agree.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, did you see Brattle's analysis in CPSA's comments stating that Duke's interconnection that Duke's interconnection constraint would raise the annual price of the portfolio by several $100 million?
I'm familiar with that concept, but I would just reiterate for the commission that any binding constraint at all that you put on the model is going to increase costs relative to that unconstrained portfolio. And that goes for any constraint, whether it's a constraint on natural gas supply access, the number of plants you can build per year, or the interflows between deck and depth. So all that, if they're binding, they're increasing costs. That's a simple concept of linear optimization.
So when you say binding, what do you mean?
The limit is reached.
Okay, so a constraint only increases costs if it results in the model selecting higher priced resources. Is that a fair characterization?
If a constraint of 750 megawatts of solar added in a particular year is reached and the model selects 750 and it would have selected more in the absence of that constraint, that would increase costs, all else equal.
And another example, I mean, in focusing on a constraint is how Duke set up the Encompass run is looking at the real life interties that sort of exist between DEC and DEP. And this is in our initial comments, and it's one of the figures I can't recall it off the top of my head, is there's a physical limit that we live in today, how much energy can flow from DEP to DEC. Now, that is a physical constraint, and I'm glad that Duke modeled that constraint because that's a physical reality that system operators have to work with every day. If we lifted that constraint and disallowed energy unconstrained to flow from one utility to the other, we'd be setting ourselves up for reliability issues. My understanding coming out of model that it was a BA, so in other words, there was no physical constraint on the amount of energy that can flow between the two areas. So when we look at what resources are being selected, constraints, as Mr. Thomas stated, constraints are binding, but we evaluate whether they're reasonable or not.
Understanding that there is, in reality, some limit to the amount of solar or any resource that Duke can interconnect in a given period of time. Are you aware of any analysis that contradicts Rattle's basic point that limiting the amount of solar that can be interconnected increases the cost of the portfolio?
So I think that, as far as the portfolio, the model costs, or a binding constraint will increase costs. But, I think that, and I spoke a little bit about this before, solar RFPs will have a range of prices, right? But they're bidding in all sorts of prices. The modeled costs compared to those prices are going to be different. They're just, the assumptions made in the model are not the assumptions in the real world today, and there's going to be mismatches in assumptions about future cost increases in developers versus Duke, and those bids will reflect that. And so, all else equal, procuring more of a resource in a competitive procurement will raise the weighted cost of that resource that's been procured through the RFP. That's just simple math. So I think that while Brattle's contention is right in the modeling world, I think we need to make sure we're tempering that with an understanding of what can be done and what's the effect of that as well.
Would you agree that if there is the potential to achieve greater ratepayer savings, we should be investigating whether Duke can achieve higher solar interconnection rates?
Oh, absolutely. And I think Duke, has its work cut out for it in terms of interconnection rates. I believe, subject to check, but I believe in Discovery from 2019 to 2021, in those 3 years, Duke only was able to interconnect approximately 300 megawatts of solar across its combined system. That's a significant fall from 2016 or 2015, 2016, when they were able to connect over 700 megawatts. But there's a reason for that, right? And it reflects the reality of the system and these more triggered transmission upgrades and the challenges associated with moving from small distribution facilities that have no transmission impacts to small distribution facilities that have major transmission impacts or small transmission impacts. And now the next phase is large transmission projects that have large transmission impacts. So I think pretending that it's going to be easy to hit the baseline assumptions in Duke's model is naive. I think it's going to be a huge challenge just to get to the baseline, and then even to move beyond that and to get to the more ambitious solar interconnection constraints used by some of the solar interveners is I mean, that's even on top of that is additional, is problematic in terms of exposure to that risk.
And to get there, and I'm not this isn't quantified, but there's a premium to get to that extra level interconnection. To the extent that, I mean, the commission finds that they want to achieve these goals, you'd have to go back and look and say, okay, what is now the incremental transmission cost to continue to march this timeline? I don't, based upon my review, that isn't quantified right now.
Yeah, and I would just add one more thing. I don't believe that the CPSA interconnection limits and the interconnection cost adders that they used for the solar resources reflected that increased need for, the first tranche of solar might cost X dollars a watt in terms of transmission upgrades. But that next tranche and that next tranche and these higher and higher levels might see larger increases in terms of cost if you're starting to trigger affected system studies and you're starting to have wide ranging impacts that extend beyond the local network that is being interconnected to. So I don't believe that was reflected in CPSA's study. So the contention that higher solar interconnection rates necessarily means lower cost ratepayers, I don't draw that conclusion.
Well, Mr. Thomas, I mean, you would agree that all the portfolios that are under consideration eventually result in the addition of in excess of 10 gigawatts or more of solar generation on Duke's system, right?
Yes, obviously there's a difference in the pace, the orderliness of the transition. So,
And only add, it's also 10 gigawatts. From a modeling standpoint, it's a model. It's not where it's actually locating at, and that's sort of some of the differences in the model from in terms of Encompass and Duke's plan and some of the supplemental portfolios. It's this 40%, 40-60 split. 40% is located in DEC and 60% is located in DEP. If we oversimplify the model and just say you can go build it anywhere, let's say again, hypothetically, that 10 gigawatts, regardless of BA, and let's say we look down the road at a merged utility, if we go locate that 10 gigawatts over in a concentration of any part of the system, you're going to have transmission impacts. Larger the amount of generation, exceedance of load, you're going to have new transmission requirements that we haven't even seen yet today.
Would you agree, though, given the amount of solar that is ultimately going to be going on in the system to achieve compliance, that the amount of near-term solar that CPSA, all of the parties are proposing is ultimately going to be required, isn't it?
I mean, I think there's differences in the near-term procurement volumes.
Understood. But we know we're going to need at least that amount of solar. It's just a question of when.
And also where.
Understood. Appreciate that. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I know over my life, I will probably need 3 or 4 vehicles. I don't go buy them all today, right? So
Understood. Okay, we're almost finished here. Mr. Thomas, did you hear Mr. Snyder's testimony when he was on the modeling panel about what he characterized as the risks of over procurement?
I was there for that. There's a particular risk you want to discuss, and maybe you could.
Okay, I'm just trying to set
Yeah.
the stage. And I do want to clarify something. If solar is procured through an RFP, neither Duke nor ratepayers actually pay anything for it until it actually goes online or is sold to Duke in the case of utility ownership, right?
I think there's the power, the output. Yeah, I think once the PPA, you don't pay anything for the PPA until the power is delivered, but you may build transmission upgrades or even potentially interconnection facilities in advance of that facility achieving COD, and those costs would be incurred whether or not the PPA was, began delivering power.
But interconnection facilities are paid for by interconnection customers, right?
Yes, but not network upgrades.
Okay, understood. Well, I'm not sure we've established that
Yeah.
yet. Okay. Does the public staff think that it makes sense to delay procurement of solar in the hope of achieving greater cost savings on solar or storage in a few years?
I think the near-term procurement and particularly the 2022 solar procurement volume that we've suggested appropriately balances the risks of waiting and the risks of moving too early. I think portfolios are requesting significant amounts in the 2022 procurement, run the risk of over procuring and potentially paying those higher costs, while obviously waiting too long, risks not meeting that compliance date and potentially subject to future, market uncertainties that could drive prices up. I think the volume we've recommended and the volume adjustment mechanism for ratepayer protection that we proposed adequately balances these factors.
And when you say those higher costs, though, there is no certainty as to whether solar costs will be higher or lower in subsequent years, right?
No, there's no certainty.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, we've got Kuka.
I believe I don't want to.
Okay. NC Warren.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Matthew Quinn. I am the lawyer for NC Warren and Charlotte Mecklenburg NAACP. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but I've gone after a lot of lawyers that have asked a lot of good questions. So I'm going to try to talk about maybe some topics that haven't been touched on yet. And Mr. Thomas, I'd like to start the conversation with you if I could. Now, my understanding of the public staff's or your testimony is that the public staff does not recommend any changes to Duke's forecast of natural gas prices. Is that a correct understanding? This is on page 40 of your testimony, by the way.
Yes, given the fact that we submitted this testimony in early September and the commission has a deadline of late December, we did not feel, given that the natural gas resources selected in the model occur largely beyond any of these near-term procurement activities, we felt that updating the natural gas prices in this proceeding was not necessary at this time. But we do recommend that in future updates and CPCN proceedings, that updated natural gas pricing forecasts be used to help justify the necessity and convenience of new natural gas resources.
I appreciate that explanation, and you did a little bit anticipate where I was going to be going with this. So you might have streamlined our conversation just a little bit. But there are a few points I do want to touch on. And I think in your testimony you do explain that there are some. These are my words, not yours, but I mean, there are some concerns the public staff has concerning Duke's natural gas price forecast. Is that a fair characterization?
I think we're acknowledging that price volatility that's been happening recently is not reflected in the forecasts used in this model.
In fact, would you agree with me that Duke's forecast of natural gas prices never anticipates that those natural gas prices will get as high as the levels of natural gas are today? Is that correct?
I mean, that's largely a function of the pricing forecasts that are used in their model, right? I don't think the EIA, Woods Mackenzie, I don't think any of those forecasters anticipated the price spikes.
Okay, and that's one reason why you do recommend, I mean, I know you're not recommending it right now, but you do recommend moving forward that Duke update its forecast in light of where prices are right now.
Yes.
Okay. And it is important that any forecasts take account of current natural gas price trends. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Sure. I mean, would you agree with me that it's important that any natural gas forecasts take into account recent trends in natural gas prices?
Yeah, I think generally, although the pricing, the agencies that are putting together these fundamental price forecasts are not just looking at the next couple of years, they're looking at the longer term, and I think even the EIA is anticipating a reduction in natural gas prices and a leveling out over time. So,
and I'm not going to mark it as an exhibit. I don't think for time purposes it's necessary. But would you agree with me that an exhibit presented by NC Warren, I think to the modeling panel, to the extent showed that natural gas prices, at least in August of this year, were over $8?
Yes.
Okay, and that's higher than Duke ever projected natural gas prices would be under its forecast. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, would you also agree with me that natural gas price volatility can create an asymmetrical risk to ratepayers?
Yes, I think I talked about that a little in my testimony, the risks of price over, like higher prices than modeled are greater, but, I also want to emphasize that, the pricing forecasts generally return to that fundamental level and are expected to return to lower prices over time by the time those new natural gas resources are selected.
And I think this is on page 40 of your testimony, if you want to look at it. But in your testimony, I think you actually gave an example of how natural gas price volatility can create these risks to ratepayers. Did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And before I get to that example, would you agree with me that we are experiencing a period of natural gas volatility?
Yes.
Okay. So what example did you give in your direct testimony concerning the risk to ratepayers in the event of natural gas price volatility?
I think you're referencing my kind of discussion of Dominion Energy versus Duke, and is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So Dominion Energy, who's currently getting approximately 50% of its energy from natural gas, is seeing very significant under recoveries in this year's fuel proceedings, versus Duke is only achieving possibly 30% today from natural gas. But then I go on to point out that, while there is significant capacity from gas added, the total natural gas burn does go down over time, actually, in MMBTU, and that's in figure 5 on page 43. So to the extent that, we are building some capacity, I think that there's certainly a reduction in the amount of gas that's being burned and the share of natural gas as a percentage of total energy consumption, which all else equal would reduce ratepayers' exposure to the natural gas volatility.
Okay.
But I'd like to add, I mean, from a catalytic force was also not represented there, or the energy rates at which Dominion has experienced with this 50% portfolio when natural gas prices were at their all-time low.
Okay. And I think that, the point of the example of Dominion is just to illustrate what the risk can be to not properly forecasting natural gas prices and under forecasting them, right?
Right. I think that the example I was specifically talking about was over relying on natural gas simply as an energy resource, which, as I point out, right, due to the heavy proliferation of carbon-free resources in all of Duke's portfolios, the natural gas is, I mean, this chart on page 5 shows to me that natural gas is being used as a transition fuel, right? We're burning it now, and over time, as we add all these carbon-free resources, we're going to burn it less, and that's the bridge.
Okay. So I understand that explanation, but I just want to close the loop and then move on from this example of Dominion. My understanding is another thing that you included in your testimony concerning this example is that Dominion is currently seeking a fuel deferral balance in Virginia of $1.02 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what my testimony says.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, also on page 42 of your testimony, from lines 1 to 4, you testify just in general terms that these risks that we're talking about are you say are acceptable because Duke, and this is a quote on line 3, significantly decreases the total amount of natural gas burned annually. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I hesitate to ask this question. This is typically a question you do in a deposition, not actually in the hearing room. But I'm just gonna ask you because I'm curious. One of the decreases that you refer to there, does that include Duke's proposal to transition to green hydrogen?
So in figure 5, P1 through P4, this is the P1 through P4 would include hydrogen up until I think 2047 when full hydrogen starts to be burnt. So that's a different chart. But SP5 and SP6 have no hydrogen, and so that's the same kind of chart downwards as you see in the other portfolios.
Well, and to the extent then that it sounds like for some of your portfolios or some of the lines on that chart did indeed, the decrease that you're referring to in your testimony includes this proposed transition of the natural gas fleet to green hydrogen, correct?
Yeah, I think what you're getting is the P1 through P4 lines, as they go over time and the hydrogen blend increases, more of this natural gas is actually, it's actually part hydrogen. So if you were actually to pull out that hydrogen component, they would see an even steeper decline in the volumes of CH4 natural gas that's burned. So I'm kind of showing both of them, but yeah.
And so partly, I guess then I'm partly correct then that the decrease that you're talking about in your testimony is in part at least contingent upon the transition of the natural gas fleet to green hydrogen. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so. And I think SP5 and SP6 show that even in the absence of hydrogen, green hydrogen, you're still seeing that decline because every time you add solar and wind and storage, those carbon-free, low dispatch stack resources are displacing largely natural gas because there's nothing else to displace. So gas is being displaced, we're burning less, and it's a transition fuel, exactly kind of, that's how I view this chart. It's concluded and I came to.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the public staff has advocated that it's premature to include hydrogen, green hydrogen in Duke's modeling? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I had a long discussion I wanted to go through about SMRs. I don't think that's necessary anymore. And a few other things. Let me move on to this topic. Mr. Thomas, and I think I'll stay with you. My understanding is that the public staff believes that Duke's assumptions about EEDSM and customer-sided generation are too aggressive. Is that right?
I think I might defer to Ms. Williamson.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
that's perfect, yes. You haven't had a lot of chance to talk today, so.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the public staff believes that Duke's assumptions about EEDSM and customer-sided generation are too aggressive?
So I go at length in my testimony about the public staff's thoughts on the UEE forecast, but as far as the net metering behind the meter solar forecast, I believe I believe early in my testimony that I pretty much say that we don't take issue with that forecast.
Okay. Then let me well, first of all, Mr. Williamson, let me ask you this because I do think this is part of your testimony. It's specifically on pages 8 through 9. Begins on page 8, line 17. You say the public staff agrees in principle that it is preferable to reduce the need to build capital-intensive resources through the use of cost-effective alternatives so long as system reliability is not compromised and those alternatives are least cost. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And what are you referring to when you say that, Mr. Williamson?
So, essentially, I guess in particular to this, as load decreases,
Yes.
it decreases the need to plan for resources in the future. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll entirely wipe away the need for additional capacity, but as we proactively reduce load via a number of avenues, we contribute to not having to plan for resources in the future.
So it's a good thing to just as a general principle, as long as it's compliant with least cost, it's a good thing to reduce load through certain programs instead of building capital intensive projects. Is that correct?
As long as it fits the bill of least costs and it doesn't impair system reliability in the long run, yes, I would generally agree.
Okay. And Mr. Thomas, I'd like to talk for just a second about a part of your testimony that appears on pages 56 and 57.
Okay, I'm there.
Now, on these pages, Mr. Thomas, I think you're talking about Duke's modeling of perhaps among other issues, also net metering forecast. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I try to focus more on how these resources are modeled.
Okay, yeah, and I think you made the point, did you not, in your testimony, that Duke's forecast did not take into account the proposed tariff changes pending in a separate docket. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and you understand that these proposed tariff changes, they would propose some new charges upon net energy metering customers. You're aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware they're attempting to recover the full fixed cost of service for net metering customers.
Okay, and we are going to agree to disagree to that, but my point being, there are going to be new charges imposed upon net energy metering customers
Yes.
if the tariff were to be approved.
If the commission approves it as filed, yes, there could be more.
Mr. Thomas, is it possible that those new charges would reduce the savings for net energy metering customers?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think there's a lot going on in that space in terms of solar potential rebates that have also been proposed that have been attempted to blunt that. I'm not going to get into all of that, but I will just say from the 2020 IRP to the 2022 carbon plan, Duke's projections for growth of net metering solar have significantly increased, almost doubling in year-over-year growth in DEC and tripling in DEP. So I think that the growth is being reflected hopefully there in that segment, but those tariffs have not been approved by the commission and are not reflected in these estimates.
Yeah.
So as a point of clarification, when you say savings, who are you meaning in savings with respect to?
The customer,
customer.
the roof on which the system is
Okay.
located.
Because the utility is experiencing savings and the customer is experiencing savings.
Yeah. So I think, any of you answer it, but I think this goes back to Mr. Thomas's testimony that we were looking at a moment ago. If it's possible the savings for these net energy metering customers are going to be reduced, would you agree with me that it's also possible that will have the effect of reducing the rate of growth of net energy metering solar in the state?
Yeah, I think that reduction in savings for net metering customers could reduce adoption. An increase in module costs could reduce adoption. There's a lot of things that could reduce or accelerate adoption of net metering, and not all of it is reflected in these estimates.
Mr. Thomas, I'd like if you could please turn to page 57 of your testimony.
Yep, I'm there.
I want to talk about a little bit about footnote 71 that you put in your testimony. But before I do, I just want to give us a little bit of context for the discussion. I think the basic point, and take as much time as you want to read this page of your testimony, but I think the basic point you're making before that footnote is you questioned how much net energy metering solar contributes to demand reduction. I think that's what you were saying. Is that correct?
The footnote specifically says that rooftop solar contributes very little, if any, of its capacity during winter morning peaks, which typically occur between 6 and 8 in the morning, and solar is generally not generating, particularly rooftop solar, which does not have tracking and is fixed tilt and has a significantly lower capacity factor than the utility scale solar that's modeled here.
And when you put that footnote, are you including within the scope of that footnote rooftop solar systems that are paired with some battery storage component?
I'm not aware of. My understanding is the vast majority of rooftop solar that's on the grid today is standalone, but I'm aware that that dynamic is changing.
Yeah, and I guess that was, you anticipated what my next question was going to be, but I'm a lawyer, so I can't help myself. So, would you agree with me then that dynamic is changing? And in other words, more and more rooftop solar systems are being paired with battery storage?
Based on my understanding, I don't have a solar system, but based on my understanding of this industry, yes, that's what's happening.
And you also understand that the cost of these battery storage components of a solar system the cost is going down for customers. Would you agree with that?
I'm aware that battery storage costs were going down, but my understanding is that trend has been upended here lately. Yes.
Now the issue that you're talking about here in footnote 71 about rooftop solar's contribution during winter morning peaks Is that an issue with which a battery paired with solar storage could help address? In other words, that energy generated by the solar system during more sunny times could be stored in the battery and used during that winter peak. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Williamson, I'd like to speak with you briefly about a portion of your testimony on page 9.
I'm there.
You were quicker than myself. Hold on just a second. And really on pages 8 and 9, you provide some testimony concerning NC Warren's concerns about Duke's NEM load forecast, right? I think we talked about that a minute ago.
Yes, I'm just highlighting that NC Warren brought up these issues in its initial comments.
And on line 10 of page 9, you say NC Warren et al. Takes issue with the fact that the NEM load forecast included in the proposed carbon plan is lower than the forecast that was provided in the company's 2020 IRP. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And you're right, we did make that conclusion in our, I think our comments maybe. I want to ask you this, Mr. Williamson, did you reach the same conclusion in your evaluation of Duke's forecast, load forecast?
So when comparing the grid edge related forecasts in the carbon plan to the forecasts that were in the 2020 IRP, almost all of them are going to be slightly different. I mean, you're going to have some forecasts that are a little lower, some forecasts that are a little higher. I guess the big takeaway is what has the company learned since that filing? There are a number of things that have changed. There are a number of realities that the company has had to incorporate in order to make sure that its planning process for this net load forecast, so not just gross load, but net load forecast is as accurate and as reasonable as it can be. I mean, understanding that it's not going to be perfect, but we can be realistic about these forecasts. So yes, it will go up or down.
Okay. And I appreciate that explanation. My question was maybe a little more narrow than that. What I was asking specifically is that did you or did the public staff likewise conclude, like NC Warren et al., that Duke's NEM load forecast in the proposed carbon plan is lower than the forecast that was provided in the company's 2020 IRP?
I can't, off the top of my head right now, remember if it was lower or higher. I will acknowledge that it is different.
Yeah, I have no more questions. Thank you.
All right, is EJ Can present?
They are not.
Okay. All right, Sace, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. David Neal for SACE et al. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. Starting at page 21 and continuing through 23 of your testimony, you critique the battery CT replacement step that Duke employed in its modeling. Is that right?
Hold on, let me get there. Yes, yeah, that's generally an analysis there.
And
some of those results.
And at page 21, lines 3 through 5, you ultimately conclude that the gas CTs that are forced into Duke's model to replace batteries and solar plus storage appear not to be necessary.
So what I do is I point out that they're utilized very infrequently. Annual capacity factors of generally less than 1% until later model years, despite high winter reserve margins. But I note that most of this forced in CT capacity is out.
And you discussed projected decreases in gas burn with Mr. Quinn, so I won't go over that. Later in that same section of your testimony at page 42, lines 10 through 12, you note that that reduced gas burn raises the issue of whether gas plants built prior to 2030 will become underutilized and potentially stranded assets. Is that right?
Yes, I think that raises the issue, and I think in a decarbonizing world, I mean, that's always an issue that you have to consider.
And you would agree the public staff has also expressed concerns about gas supply. Isn't that right?
Yes, our SB5 baseline was no app gas with limited Transco expansion.
And even if Appalachian gas becomes available, I believe it's your testimony that it's not clear whether there would be a firm pathway for DEC to supply that under the SB5 portfolio to a gas CC in DEC's territory. I think that's at page 46 of your testimony.
Thank you. Right. Yeah, we're talking here about the shift talking about a shift in SP5 from both CCs being in each territory to having both of them located in DC's territory, and obviously that creates challenges as MVP brings gas down. But like I said, SP5 did not rely on Appalachian gas. Yes.
And you would agree, I think also at page 46, lines 4 through 5, that as you just said, well, this is a little different. SB5 delayed one gas EC to 2030.
Yes, there was a shift in territory and a delay in years.
And nevertheless, the public staff is not recommending any change to the near-term procurement actions proposed by Duke with regard to 800 megawatts of new CTs and 1,200 megawatts of CCs. Isn't that right?
So yes, one CC was selected needing to be in service in 2029, and we experienced that over a wide range of portfolios and sensitivities.
And I'd like to give a little bit of context to the commission. Is sort of, this has been a little bit of a moving target that either 2020 or 2021 IRP, the public staff started raising potential concern about firm deliverability of natural gas, given it limited pipeline capacity, and whether or not we should be banking on that uncertainty for future combined cycles and how to incorporate that sort of a what if in a model. As time has advanced since those filings, we've continued to see the potential or the actual delays of Mountain Valley Pipeline gas, and so there we continue to support that Dom Zone South gas pricing should not be included. Well, however, what has transpired since the time of our either 2020 or 2021 comments was Transco has announced and has filed with FERC expansion projects from Virginia into North Carolina, Station 165 down into, I forget the other part, but it gets, I believe, into Iredell, subject to check. But they're on Williams Transco's webpage. Again, subject to check, that was approximately 400,000 or 400,063 decatherms of new natural gas potentially coming into North Carolina. For those reasons, in conversation with Duke, we said, okay, there is now at least a more clearer pathway from our view of potential new natural gas supply that could be allocated to combined cycles. For rough economies of scale, that the 1,200 megawatt combined cycles are approximately 200,000 decatherms demand. So the approximately 400,000 decatherms that we get from the Williams Transco expansion, if one would assume that one could get all that capacity to either Duke Utility, we thought that was reasonable to allow firm capacity to the combined cycles for modeling purposes. Again, when the company comes in potentially for a CPCN, those assumptions will be analyzed again as we continue to evaluate any changes in deliverability of natural gas to North Carolina.
Mr. Williamson, turning to you. Throughout your testimony, you criticized Duke for using a utility EE or energy efficiency savings target of 1% of eligible load in its carbon plan modeling. Is that right?
1% of available load.
Would you agree that Duke labels that 1% of eligible load?
Yes.
We're talking about the same thing. Is that right?
Yes.
And
net, just for clarification of the record, net of opt-outs.
And as I understand it, you repeatedly call on Duke to instead stick with the utility energy efficiency savings potential from the most recent market potential study. Is that right?
That's right.
And by that, you mean the market potential study, or MPS, that was prepared by Nexent and submitted with Duke along with its carbon plan application as attachment 4. Is that right?
So this market potential study was actually the same market potential study that was filed in the 2020 IRP. And it was accepted by the commission for use in that hearing. And the reason we advocate, the public staff advocates for this, the market potential study as the use, is just because it doesn't necessarily provide a perfect projection, but it provides a realistic projection on customer adoption trends. And that's pretty much the key point for a number of the grid edge technologies is how are customer adoption trends changing from iteration of carbon plan and IRP to the next. And so the market potential study is going to take the realities of what's occurred in since the last proceeding, and it's going to determine the economic, technical, and achievable potential that is available for Duke to use in its assumptions for whether or not there's a market for particular measures, or there's a reason to continue offering certain measures.
Well, Mr. Williamson, you would agree that that market potential study didn't take into account any of the carbon reduction requirements that are before the commission today.
This market potential study was prepared, like I said, it was filed in the 2020 IRP, so it was pretty much concluded back in 2019. So no, there was no law on carbon reduction.
And isn't it true that the market potential study's projections are based on business as usual assumptions that were in place at the time the market potential study was conducted?
Can you clarify on business as usual?
Sure, and I'd be happy. I have a copy of that. Do you have a copy of the market potential study handy?
I do.
And I will say this is challenging because the copy that Duke included doesn't have any page numbers in it, but I'll do my best to direct you.
I came to that same issue.
So the PDF page 20, which is section 2.2 methodology.
Yeah, I do not have a PDF before me.
And again, I'm happy to walk this up if that would be appropriate. So under the methodology section, there's text there. A market potential study is therefore a discrete estimate of EE and DSM potential based on current market conditions and savings opportunities. It continues, an MPS does not contemplate potential changes in utility rates, changes in technology costs, nor changes in underlying economic conditions that provide a context for current consumption trends. Do you see that?
After turning the page, I do see this.
Okay. And so you would agree that those current rates, current market conditions, those reflect business as usual assumptions at the time the market potential study is being conducted?
Sure. The market potential study, I mean, one of the reasons that we support the use of it is because, as it just described, it uses current situation, current trends, and this market potential study is going to get updated every 2-3 years, roughly. I think Duke's on a relatively a 3-year path as far as updates. And I mean, for purposes of whether or not program continuation should continue, is an excellent tool for understanding where the market is and where it can go. What is realistic to the utility to continue to offer to customers?
Or put another way, what was realistic for the utility to offer to customers in 2019 when the market potential study was created?
Well, similar to how EM&V is conducted, once an EM&V is concluded for EM&V on program evaluations, once that EM&V is concluded, those savings and those levels of savings persist until the next model, regardless of changes. Changes in savings will persist. The program may change based off of regulatory requirements or federal guideline changes, but those savings will persist, just like the guidelines that are produced in this market potential study will persist until the next market potential study.
And again, one of the issues that was lifted up, that was business as usual assumption were utility rates. You would agree, all those things being equal, that changes or increases in utility rates send a price signal that can encourage customers to participate more in energy efficiency than they did before the price increase.
Changes in electricity rates can play a factor into whether or not they participate in energy efficiency programs.
And another one of the business as usual assumptions that was used for that market potential study was the use of the total resource cost test, or TRC. And again, there's tabs there that hopefully label page 12. But do you agree that the TRC was the principal cost effectiveness test used for that market potential study?
In 2019, the TRC was the traditional cost test that the utility used. So it's fair to say that that's the reasonable assessment that was used in 2019 to prepare the study. Now we have switched over to the UTC.
And so the commission, you would agree, adopted the utility cost test, or UCT, as the predominant cost effectiveness test in order issued on October 20th, 2020 in the mechanism docket?
It was ordered on that date, but it didn't take effect until I believe it was this year.
And Chair Mitchell, if I could, just the commission take judicial notice of its order on October 20th, 2020 in the mechanism dockets E2 sub 931 and E7 sub 1032.
All right, we'll take judicial notice of that order. Mr. Neal, what is the title of the order?
I think it's order adopting, something along the lines of order adopting changes.
All right, well, as long as we've got the
SME
date,
mechanism.
as long as the date is clear in the record, we'll take judicial notice.
Turning your attention to page 82 of the market potential study, which again, there's, I think, a tab that's got a little arrow on it about UCT. You would agree that Nexent used a utility cost test sensitivity in its market potential study?
That appears to be what this section is about.
And do you see where Nexent found that the results of that sensitivity using the utility cost test instead of the TRC indicate an increase of economic potential by 37%, and that's for the residential sector, 46% for the commercial sector, and 15% for the industrial sector in DEC? Do you see that?
I see that.
And that Nexent found that using the utility cost test instead of the TRC would indicate an increase of economic potential by 51% for residential, 51% for commercial, and 8% for the industrial sectors in DEP.
That's what it says, but I mean, I guess the big thing is that the market potential study and the forecast that the market potential study is reflecting in that UE forecast that we're recommending to be used, it's not using the economic potential as its baseline. It's using the achievable potential, which is, I can't remember the steps, but it's at least one, maybe two steps farther down in the pyramid.
But so you don't, nevertheless, it does indicate that using the utility cost test indicates an increase in achievable potential, whether it's economic or otherwise.
There are other factors that the technical and the achievable potential will take into consideration on whether or not customer adoption trends will actually become achievable. So,
and turning our attention to page 12 of the MPS, again, without page numbers, the PDF page 12, another business as usual assumption at the time that market potential study was conducted reflects current trends, or the cumulative economic potential reflects current trends of declining avoided energy costs for utilities. Do you see that?
I do see that highlight. There's a lot of highlights on the page.
I know.
So.
It's my copy.
Gotcha.
Now, you don't anticipate that the trends of declining avoided energy costs will continue, do you?
So, like I was describing a little earlier with, I believe it was Sigford's attorney, the avoided cost proceeding is what guides what avoided cost rates flow into the DSMEE proceedings for cost effectiveness. And so every avoided cost proceeding is going to introduce a new baseline of avoided costs. And so whether or not those avoided costs go up or go down is dependent on the avoided cost proceeding. So we could see increases or decreases.
Well, again, the question I asked is, this MPS reflects current trends of declining avoided costs. Do you anticipate a trend of declining avoided costs in the next few years?
So I can't speak on the avoided cost proceeding. My testimony doesn't cover the avoided cost proceeding. Yeah.
If I could, I don't need to mark this as an exhibit. You testified in the most recent Duke Energy Progress DSM EE rider docket, isn't that right?
I did.
That's docket E2 sub 1294.
Yes.
I'm just going to hand you an excerpt from that testimony to ask you a question. All right, turning your attention to page 11, there's a highlighted section in the middle. You see where it reads, finally, as avoided cost rates have decreased in recent years, cost effectiveness has decreased. And then it continues, the public staff does not anticipate this trend to continue. As fuel costs increase, more renewable capacity is added, and coal plants are retired. The need for additional capacity resources grows, and the emphasis on grid improvement increases. Each of these factors is likely to produce higher valuations of the benefits from DSM and EE programs and increases in the cost effectiveness of both. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. So again, the question was, you don't anticipate that trend of declining avoided costs will continue in the near term, do you?
So until the next avoided cost proceeding is concluded, I won't be able to answer that question.
But again, it was your testimony in the most recent DEP rider docket that the public staff does not anticipate that trend to continue.
I mean, we can anticipate based off of what has happened, but we don't know for sure what will happen.
All right, again, Chair Mitchell, I would just ask that we take judicial notice of public staff witness David Williamson's testimony from August 24th, 2022 in docket E2 sub 1294.
All right. The commission will take judicial notice of the testimony as indicated by Mr.
Now, one other question about the market potential study. You mentioned that there's different levels, economic, achievable, et cetera. You would agree, and again, I think this is summarized on page 12 of the market potential study. It includes additional sensitivities. One is an enhanced scenario, which looks at increased program spending over the base scenario, correct?
Yes, increased spending via incentives is what it says.
And the market potential study includes an avoided energy cost sensitivity, which is also built off of the base scenario, but considers higher avoided costs, which we were just talking about, which may lead to increase in achievable potential, correct?
Well, our conversation earlier was on the economic potential. So are you referencing your economic potential conversation or achievable?
Here, as I said, this is the section on the market potential studies achievable energy efficiency potential.
Subject to check, yes, this is one of the scenarios that they used to evaluate.
And you would agree that the following tables 1-2 and 1-3 show higher achievable program potential under both of those sensitivities, both the enhanced scenario and the avoided energy cost scenario than the base scenario.
Where are you at again?
The following, I believe it's in the following pages, tables 1-2 and 1-4, I think.
Okay.
I've given you my copy.
Yes.
Um,
Where in the tables were you directing me? Sorry.
I'm directing you to the how those tables reflect a higher achievable program potential under both the enhanced scenario when compared to the base scenario and under the avoided energy cost scenario for each of the time periods in the market potential.
When you talk about higher achievable potential, are you talking about the energy gigawatt hours that are like?
The percentage of savings, I think, is the
Okay,
last
okay.
column.
Okay. There are a couple different columns. I didn't know what you were defining as the program potential column. So based off of what I see here, as time goes on, the average annual percentage of base sales goes down.
Again, turning your attention to the percentage, not over time, but comparing the scenarios, comparing the enhanced scenario to the base scenario.
So an enhanced scenario is obviously going to provide it's a more extreme scenario. So not really realistic to what we're dealing with here in the Carolinas. It could happen if certain things were to, like, as the enhanced scenario described, if more incentives were to be offered or just increased program spending, you could achieve more savings, but again, that comes at a cost. Like I said, like it says over here, increasing program spending via the incentives, that's going to increase the rider itself, regardless of the amount of savings that are achieved.
As a general matter, Mr. Williamson, would you agree that models like the one used by Nexent for its market potential study are subject to more uncertainty the further out into the future they're looking?
I mean, for the perspective of this, and I would ask Mr. Thomas to help me out with through another model of when you start assuming, projections out that far into the future. Every model, as you get closer and closer towards the end of whatever planning horizon you are, you do have the potential to not necessarily have the same projections as you get as time moves on. Your projections are going to update and change based off of what's really occurring, and so you potentially could have some level of forecast error the farther you go out or across the horizon.
And you refer in your testimony to figures 7 and 8 from page 54 of the public staff's initial comments that were filed on July 15th. Do you have those comments with you?
I have a select portion of it.
Does it include page 54 by any chance?
I've got them here. I'll try to pull them up.
So I do have page 54, figures 7 and 8 from our initial comments.
And you would agree that the figures 7 and 8 were a way to compare the energy efficiency savings that could be achieved under 3 different scenarios. The achievable potential from the market potential study, which is in blue, labeled base UEE sales.
Mhm.
And then second, 1% savings of eligible retail sales.
It says available, but I think we agree that they're essentially the same.
And that's, I believe, in red. And then 3, 1% saving of total retail sales in green.
Correct.
So you'd agree that over the next few years, there's not a big divergence in those 3 different utility EE savings.
So on the early planning horizon, because of the amount of time it takes to actually incorporate change in how we facilitate programs, there's not going to be a huge difference in the savings. But I guess the reason we incorporated these figures was to show the longer term, the 2030 and beyond impacts that could be seen by the utility, because what that does is that incorporates a huge amount of error that if that 1% of available sales, as I've categorized it, or eligible sales as they've categorized it, that's a potential where if that 1% of eligible sales does not materialize as far as the target that they're achieving, then that is kilowatt hours and megawatt hours and megawatts that the utility is going to have to find somewhere else. And it's going to cause potentially some reliability issues because it might sneak up on them, and then it might present a situation where they're going to have less time to plan. And so you might be in a situation where you would want to pick a resource, but you can't choose that resource because you don't have enough time to get that resource out there by a certain time period. So you might have to select a different resource.
Well, Mr. Williamson, the question I was going to ask is that a little bit different. When you, on page 23, line 18 of your testimony, expressed a concern about 1% of eligible sales going well beyond the market potential study, you weren't testifying about 2023, were you?
What page were you talking about?
Page 23, line 18.
Okay. Sorry. So what was your question?
So you testified about a concern about 1% of eligible savings going well beyond the market potential study. And my question is, you're not testifying there about 2023, are you?
I am talking about the planning horizon that the utility has used and how for all of this net load contributors, net load forecast contributors, so EE, electric vehicles, net energy metering, time of use customers, all of these components of Grid Edge are going to configure what becomes the net load forecast, which in turn feeds into what the model is going to be able to select as a resource on the supply side. And so if we're not reasonably forecasting our baseline where we're starting, then we're introducing potentially more forecast error in the long run.
So to be clear, your testimony about being concerned about the 1% going well beyond the market potential study, those are the out years. That's not the next few years, just to be clear, correct?
It is the out years, but like we've heard from some of the Duke employees over this last 2 weeks of sitting in here, they are very hyper-focused on the realities of the system. Where are we at? What are we having to deal with? And so it is very important to deal with this forecasting in not just the right now, but 2030, 2035, 2050, and start the planning process now.
Mr. Williamson, you've heard, I believe I've heard some of your colleagues generally agree with the check and adjust concept that Duke witnesses have referred to a number of times. Is that generally correct, that you all agree that the carbon plan has built into it a mechanism for checking and adjusting? Isn't that right?
Yes, similar to the IRP, it's a recurring proceeding to update forecasts and inputs and assumptions to gauge where we are and where we need to be in addressing the issues that have arisen with current policy or law.
So in 2 years, we'll be back here and we'll have a chance to evaluate how the companies have done with trying to achieve 1% or hopefully 1.5% of sales, and have a chance to check and adjust about how they're doing, what the trends are in terms of reaching that goal or not, correct?
We will be back here in 2 years. Potentially, what I'm trying to get across is if we don't set ourselves up for the most appropriate baseline in a forecast, then we are continuously adding on forecast error in the long term, like I was just saying, that we might have to address in a shorter amount of time period in the next few years, as opposed to acknowledging that we have an amount of megawatt hours that is realistically could happen, as opposed to setting a target to where we're going to hope that those savings are going to appear. And when it comes to reliability and operating the grid, I don't think hope should be a plan. We should be planning as realistically as possible.
And Mr. Williams, in that response, when you talked about introducing error, you're basically saying anything that deviates from the market potential study that was prepared in 2019, before there was a carbon plan, before some of the other trends we've talked about that have changed the business as usual trajectory. When you say introducing error, you're saying it just that it deviates from a almost 3-year-old market potential study. Isn't that right?
Well, every forecast after it's finalized is going to have some level of error. And as far as you go out, you're going to see plus or minus more and more error. But what I'm getting at is that by selecting the most appropriate forecast to keep as a guideline of where we realistically could see these savings, because the carbon plan is just taking in from the carbon plan is taking in what's really occurring in the company's DSME portfolio, and it's using this market potential study to project where, knowing what we know, where could we be in the next 5-10 years?
Or again, as we've already been through, knowing what we knew in 2019. I have no further questions.
All right, tech customers.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Craig Schauer on behalf of the tech customers. Mr. Thomas, starting with your testimony, on page 9, you mentioned that the public staff has a license for Encompass. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And the public staff downloaded the inputs and outputs that Duke provided to the interveners. Is that correct?
I'll look at that. Yes, yeah. When they were provided on the 19th, we did download those input files.
Right. And then your testimony goes on to say that the import of the data failed. What did you mean by that?
So when you first load the Encompass, the Excel input files, there's a master import file. You upload that file that tells Encompass where to find all the data set and scenario settings to load in all the same scenario tree, as it's called, that Duke uses. And during that import process, errors were identified, which is unusual. And then sometimes errors you can bypass, but in this particular case, when I tried to bypass them, the import simply would not fail, and I ended up with a blank database, and I was unable to run any of the models.
Right. And according to your testimony, the public staff has been working with Anchor Power Solutions about that issue?
Yeah, so I communicated with them, and obviously all this was going on as we were trying to write our testimony, so there was a bit of a crunch of time. By the time we went back and forth with APS, I think they got back to me, I want to say it was like the week before our testimony was filed, the week of our testimony was being filed, and gave some identifications for how to correct this, and I was able to do this. This is actually a quote from Encompass on the issue, but I was able to fix it and finally get it uploaded, but unfortunately, none of the modeling or sensitivities that we've since done on SB5 have reflected in here, and so we did have some challenges associated with that.
And when you said APS helped you correct this, what do you mean by correct this?
So Anchor Power Solutions, I reached out to them. I explained to them what's going on, the failure that they provide really great technical support. And then they looked at the errors I was seeing and helped me identify the problems. There was a data set that had a duplicated line that was causing an error. And then there was, I don't remember the exact fix, but they gave me like a 4-step process to go through. I had to modify one of the input data sets. I had to change a couple things, and they gave me a new data set to upload that would help get rid of some of the errors. And then after I was able to get that done, I finally was able to load the data set.
Right. So I want to make sure I kind of paraphrase what you're saying. Is it correct that the error that APS identified and helped you solve was not a user error on the public staff's part, but was because of the data provided by Duke?
I don't believe it was a user error. It was a new process. I've uploaded many data sets into Encompass, and I'd never had this happen before. I'm not sure what happened, but talking to Encompass, I think they thought it might have been an export error, but I don't know. I didn't have time to do root cause analysis, unfortunately.
And now after consulting with APS and after having received corrected data from Duke or APS, has the public staff been able to completely replicate Duke's portfolio results?
So we ran the Duke's data sets, and I compared the output files that we received to the output files that Duke provided. As with P1 through P4, we were not able to exactly replicate the outputs. There's very, very slight deviations and differences in the resources selected, although that's very, very minor, particularly by 2035. I'm talking like 50 megawatt differences. And there's some differences in dispatch of the resources like generation from different sources. Some of that's to be expected by the way the outages are handled in Encompass, right? Each unit has a forced outage rate, and to a certain extent, the outage timing is somewhat random, but they converge so that the outage rates are achieved in each, over the planning horizon. But you might have one unit go into forced outage in October, one in April, or something along those lines during the modeling process. So I never expect it to exactly match, but since we were experimenting with P1 through P4, we've been struggling to exactly replicate, particularly the capacity expansion results from Duke. But like I said, we mostly got the same through 2040. So we found that was kind of reasonable for use in our analysis.
So you said some of the deviations were to be expected, and you explained why. Were any of the deviations you found unexpected?
Just the capacity additions. I guess I was surprised that given all the input files and everything, I expected that the capacity additions over time would be similar or I mean, identical. I know that sometimes running models, there's different processors. There's a lot of factors that go into the linear optimization, how it solves. Duke has the server client. We have the desktop client. Our versions were the same. I stayed in the version that Duke had suggested, but regardless, I was seeing these slight deviations, and so that was just something we've experienced. And I think we mentioned this in our initial comments as well.
I'd like to move to page 18 of your testimony. All right, on page 18, starting at line 11, do you recall that you discussed an analysis that Duke conducted, which you call the loss of load expectation, or LOLE, and resource adequacy validation, also known as the LOLE validation step?
Yes.
Right. And according to your testimony, in this step, Duke took the capacity expansion plans and ran them through the company's strategic energy risk valuation model, also known as SERVM, to ensure that the LOLE targets were maintained. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. And later in your testimony at page 24, you were asked about out-of-model steps taken by Duke, and you identified the LOLE validation step as an out-of-model step. Why do you consider it to be an out-of-model step?
Because you're taking it's not performed in Encompass. I guess maybe I step back. Out of model is just out of the Encompass model. They do the capacity expansion in Encompass. The production costing is in Encompass, but then they take that resource selection and they run it through. They take it out and they go convert it to the SERVM data sets, or maybe they may have some scripts that help them with that. And they input that expansion plan into SERVM, and SERVM, some may recall that this is the same model that was used in the resource adequacy study, the effective load carrying capability studies that support the ELCC values for intermittent resources, the solar integration services charge study for integrating ancillaries or integrating solar. This is not a new model. So they feed this into there, and then this model is unique in that it doesn't have perfect foresight, unlike Encompass within its optimization horizon. So this actually has uncertainty in load. It runs, I believe, thousands of times to estimate the the loss of load expectation for each portfolio to make sure it's within reasonable limits to achieve that one outage per year, or 10 years, sorry.
And you testified that on the same page that the LOLE validation step using SERVM appears reasonable, correct?
Reasonable and consistent with the requirements of HB 951 regarding system reliability.
All right, and I noticed that you stated that it appears reasonable. So did the public staff have access to SERVM?
No, we did not.
Right. So the public staff was not able to replicate or validate the LOLE validation step that Duke conducted, correct?
No, we didn't attempt to do that. I will say I think we sent some discovery on that to confirm that. Essentially, what we're we've reviewed the Astrape model before, the servo model before, and we feel confident at least in its ability to calculate the LOLE. I've testified to that model before, and so I didn't, I think it appears reasonable because it appears a step to take the outputs from production costs, which is an hourly model, and feed it into a much more granular model. I think the time steps in Servum are 5 or 15 minutes. I forget exactly what it is, but it's much more granular. And so I thought that was a reasonable step to make sure that these portfolios were still going to meet the reliability requirements of 951.
Right. And while you say it's a reasonable step, you can't opine on whether Duke's Servum analysis accurately computed the LOLE values of Duke's portfolios or the interveners' portfolios, can you?
I mean, without the model and training in that model, no, I can't confirm that they that the model outputs or the model was I can only confirm that they use the servo model in the generally accepted way. And I think in response to some discovery, I think they essentially explained that there's very little difference in how they modeled Servum relative to historically how they've used it.
Okay. Moving to page 50 of your testimony.
Mr. Thomas, make sure you're talking into your mic so we can get those, you trail off a little bit.
Oh, sorry about that.
I want to hear everything you're saying.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the page?
Page 50, starting at line 8.
Okay, I'm there.
So is it the public staff's position, just looking at your testimony on page 50, that if North Carolina law allowed the commission to select PPAs as a resource for the carbon plan, then the selection of PPAs could allow Duke to achieve the carbon reduction requirements at a lower cost and with less risk?
I think that's what my testimony says. I think it could facilitate lower risk and lower cost, but obviously the devil's in the details when it comes to that, and whether or not they're legally permissible is an issue I think I've testified to at length today already.
Right, and you note later on page 50 of your testimony that if Duke itself, that Duke itself modeled importing onshore wind through PPAs in DEC's territory, correct?
Yes, I think there's multiple resources modeled as PPAs in the carbon plan, some existing, and onshore wind was one of them.
Right, but for onshore wind and DEC, you go on to testify that the Mountain Ridge Protection Act largely prohibits Duke from accessing higher wind resources in western North Carolina. Is that right?
I think generally I was summarizing Duke's Appendix J, which discusses those challenges with siting wind.
Right. But is your belief that due to the Mountain Ridge Protection Act, if DEC were to secure onshore wind generation, it would likely be necessary for DEC to import the onshore wind through a PPA?
I can't speak precisely how much wind capacity could be available in DC without importing. There may be some, but I can't speak to the exact numbers or costs there.
Okay, thank you. Moving to page 55. Starting at line 7, you state that the resource costs used by Duke in the model are reasonable for planning purposes and based on reasonable assumptions. Do you see that?
I do.
Right. So the public staff's position is that Duke's assumptions for the capital expenditures for natural gas plants are reasonable. Is that correct?
Generally, yes. I think that they reflect, particularly for CTs, are similar to the CT cost that's used for avoided capacity and avoided costs, recognizing economies of scale and other savings relative to other publicly available data. So
if I could just ask you if I could revisit that answer.
Yeah.
In your testimony, you said your conclusion that the costs were reasonable was based on review of the resource cost data that Duke used. And it sounds like you were giving me some examples of that. Could you walk through what data you looked at to determine that Duke's cost estimates were reasonable?
Sure. So obviously we look at the supply side data manual, which contains Duke's confidential estimates of capital costs. We do review NREL, ATB and EIA capital cost assumption data. I think PJM Cone as well. We do look at these and try to reference them. I think we do to a certain extent try to look at not only changes from past IRPs but also how the estimates from Duke kind of fit in context to some of the more national or regional estimates that are used in say EIA's estimates. And I think we also look at the source of those EIA estimates as well, particularly digging into, EIA's cost performance characteristics for capital resources are based on a 2020 study from Sargent and Lundy. And, it's hard to kind of get a lot of the details there. Whereas when we look through Duke's estimates, I think a lot of their cost data is, we can look at, what is the pipeline spur cost? What is there's a little more detail there that we're able to review.
So is it correct to say that you looked at kind of two buckets of data, Duke's supply side data from its manual, and I apologize if I didn't state that correctly, and then publicly available benchmarks?
Yeah, I think to extent we try to check that against it as we can.
So do you recall that in the Gable report, if you read it at page 8, Gable presents a chart that shows Duke capital cost estimates for CCs and CTs were lower than every benchmark that Gable Associates found?
Yeah, I recall a lot of discussion about the cost of CCs and gas plants.
And for context, for the commission's benefit, the avoided cost docket went into great detail on the cost comparisons that both Duke Energy and Dominion did in comparison to EIA published data and what adjustments that the utility found, and which we agreed with through detailed conversations.
But focusing on the public benchmarks, is it the public staff's position that the cost estimates of all of those sources that Gable Associates found overstate the cost of constructing natural gas assets?
I think that there's fundamental differences in the configuration and sizing, I think, that need to be taken into account that aren't always reflected in the publicly available data. And I think that's part of it. And I think ultimately, comparing it to publicly available data is one thing, but Duke's estimates, which are largely derived from, I believe Guidehouse, they do these estimates for Duke, and that underlies a lot of these estimates as well. And in terms of reputability, I know Navigant, and Guidehouse have been doing this for some time and do have knowledge specific to the North Carolina market and to how Duke would build these systems that I think is relevant to these proceedings.
So one of the things you mentioned are configurations. Are you sure that the configurations and the sources that Gable Associates found are different than the configurations that Duke is citing for construction of the CCs and the CTs?
So it's been a while since I've reviewed this data. I'd have to take a look at it again, but I recall that there's, like, for example, the CTs, Duke models is 4-unit CT, and I believe the EIA does a single unit. I just was looking through some of the EIA supporting data earlier, but mostly for other resources.
And for another example, and we ran into Stu in avoided cost, when you look at it may not be the most recent PJM cone study, but it was at least 2020. When you go to reference after reference to about the third or fourth reference, you found what they were using for combustion turbine was not an F frame, but it was actually advanced class. But you didn't find that out until you did expansive research. So it's just, you can get what looks like, it's like, oh, that's a peaking CT. But by the time you get to the research, you're like, oh, that's a peaking CT located in the northeast as the proxy, which they had higher labor, land cost, and transmission expansion costs. So I'm not saying anything negative towards the Gable report, just based upon our past experience when we go to this published data. Sometimes it's very challenging to find what they used, but other times it's enlightening what they use.
Right. And I just want to clarify that you've referenced EIA and a 2020 PJM report. You're not discussing the IEA, the NREL, or NREL, Lazard, or Battle Group estimates that Gable Associates cited.
So I don't think I said the 2020 PJM. 2020 Sargent and Lundy is the forecaster who underlies the EIA data. And we looked at the EIA data. We were looking at both gas and renewable costs to largely discern how recent price increases and changes to commodity prices were reflected in some of these publicly available estimates. And so I think we were really kind of comparing those. I'm not going to sit here and say that we've reviewed every publicly available capital cost estimate for renewable resources that's out there. There's quite a few, but we have tried to look at some of the more reputable, I guess, government agencies and other organizations.
Right. And just to be clear, you were looking at a 2020 PJM report, whereas the Gable report cited a 2022 PJM report.
I don't think I said the year of the PJM report. I thought we were looking at the more recent PJM cone, but the 2020 Sargent and Lundy report,
Okay.
not PJM, that underlies the 2022 EIA AEO, the Annual Energy Outlook capital costs that are referenced in the Gable report.
And for example, when you go again further into the details, when you look at some of these more recent EIA data, they go always still back to 2019. So some like the more recent solar studies, they're using 2019 benchmark functions for certain elements of the consideration.
Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Metz, I'd like to focus on your testimony for a few minutes. Starting at page 24, you recommend that the commission deny Duke's requests to begin near-term resource development activities for offshore wind. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Right. And you asked that Duke reevaluate the need for offshore wind resources in the 2024 carbon plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Having reviewed Duke's rebuttal testimony, has the public staff's position changed regarding a denial of Duke's request to begin development activities for offshore wind?
It has not changed.
Moving a little earlier in your testimony at page 13, you discuss early retirements of coal. Give me a second. On line 16, you make the statement that Duke refuted the contention that early retirements could be achieved while still maintaining system reliability. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in the footnotes, I believe you cite the modeling panel's testimony at pages 134 to 138.
Correct.
Right. Do you happen to have the modeling panel's testimony in front of you?
I do not have the direct testimony in front of me. Yeah, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Thomas has it beside him.
Robert says. If you could flip to I believe 134 was the first page you cited from the modeling panel's testimony.
Okay.
By all means, if you want to take a second to acquaint yourself with those pages, you're free to do so. I would suggest that we start on 136, which is where I believe it really gets into the issues you discussed. But please take a moment to acquaint yourself because I want to ask you some questions on the testimony.
Okay.
So starting at page 136 at line 8, do you see the sentence that starts the assertion that the company's adjustments, and then it goes on?
Yes.
Am I correct, just to paraphrase this for the record in the commission, that Duke first talks about the necessary transmission timelines needed for retiring Marshall 1 and 2 in Mayo?
Again, starting on line 12, for example, optimally timing the coal retirements to recognize the necessary transmission timelines is an appropriate consideration.
Right. And so it's specifically in that section speaking of Marshall 1 and 2 in Mayo. Is that correct?
That is my understanding of their testimony.
Do you have Appendix P of the carbon plan in front of you?
I may, 1 second.
If not, I have an excerpt for you.
Okay.
If you could turn to page 15.
Page 15.
Right, where it talks about transmission planning for enabling coal generation retirements.
Yes.
Right, you see the bullet points at the bottom of 15 that continue on to 16, discussing the coal units in DEC and DEP.
Yes.
Right. If you need a minute to read that to answer my question, by all means do, but I'm going to pose a question to you and see if you can answer it without reading all of that. But by all means, take the time if you do. So to summarize what it says on all those various bullet points, it says that coal units, including Marshall and Mayo, would require significant transmission projects only if replacement generation is not sited at the location of these retiring coal units. Is that accurate?
Is not replaced sufficiently at those locations, but yes.
Okay. Do you recall that in the Gable report at page 5, Gable recommends that the commission take advantage of the new generation being located at decommissioned coal sites to mitigate these transmission challenges?
Subject to check.
Returning to the modeling panel testimony at page 136, line 19.
Page 119.
I'm sorry, page 136, line 19.
Page 136,
Yeah,
line
I apologize.
19.
Duke's testimony states, quote, "The companies discuss in Appendix E the necessary adjustment to the Marshall 1 and 2 retirement dates endogenously identified by the capacity expansion model. To reliably retire Marshall 1 and 2 requires the completion of a transmission project to retire the units without replacement resources on site." Do you see that?
Yes, and I believe the Mr. Roberts had spoke to some of the logic, the underlying logic on the 230 kV line explicit to the Marshall site.
Right, and Duke's statement was they had to adjust the retirement date of Marshall 1 and 2 in order to accommodate a transmission project, correct?
That is my understanding.
Right, do you recall on page 27 and 28 of the Gable report that Gable identifies the retirement date of the coal units in the preferred portfolio and shows that the preferred portfolio retires Marshall 1 and 2 at the same time as the Duke portfolios?
Subject to check.
Right, if that were the case, the preferred portfolio would allow time for the necessary transmission projects for Marshall 1 and 2, correct?
Sorry, I'm just trying to process the dates here. To the extent that the carbon plan has already dates associated with the Marshall retirements as stated here, and they accounted for the transmission upgrades, then yes.
Finally, if you can turn to page 137 of the modeling panel testimony, starting at line 8, and it goes really through the beginning of page 132. I'm not going to read that into the record, but if you can take a second to read that, and I'm going to ask you a question, see if I can paraphrase it correctly.
I would also ask Mr. Thomas to look over this over my shoulder as it has some modeling implications as well. So can you repeat the pages again, please?
137, starting at line 8 through 138, line 2.
Okay. Okay.
Right, and here Duke talks about the challenges of advancing the retirement of Mayo from 2029 to 2027. Is that right?
Starting at line 15, completing any transmission project by 2027 to enable the Mayo retirement continues to be an aggressive timeline.
Right, and it closes by saying the challenges with transmission upgrades make an accelerated retirement ahead of 2029 significantly challenging. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and do you recall at page 27 and 28 of the Gable report, the Gable shows that the preferred portfolio retires Mayo at the same times as Duke's portfolios, which is in 2029.
Subject to check.
I don't know.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
I was just going to add, I know you're referencing the Gable report, but this paragraph in particular is responding to Stratogen. So I don't know if that's, I just want to point that out. I believe this is, we're talking about replacement battery resources at the Mayo site that Stratogen is citing.
I'm getting a little bit cautious here. I'm testifying to the direct testimony of someone else here. I don't know what their underlying assumptions are, and we're picking dates, and I'm not familiar with what you keep referencing back to the Gable report. That's why I'm saying subject to check.
Right.
Yeah, I would add, if you can provide, if we can get them a copy of the Gable report as we're asking questions about it. That would
Sure.
help.
All right, let's do this. It's 5 o'clock. We're going to end. So bring the Gable report tomorrow for this
Yes, I have a
panel,
copy. Yes, ma'am.
and you can resume.
Right.
All right, with that, we'll be off the record. We'll go back on at 9:30 in the morning.